to occur on a beautiful day on a golf course. So how much more opportunity would there have been if he had been hired? So yes, do trust your instincts, because if they're anything like mine, they may just save your life one day. I have no idea what to do. The last month has been filled with fear and paranoia. You see, I had this incident around a month back. I don't know what the time in the night was that this happened, but I'm certain that it was in the AM. I just woke up with this feeling of dread and fear. My room was lit in a dark blue from my LED lights. Near the door to my room stood my mum. I called out to her quietly. As she approached the foot of my bed slowly, it became evident that it was not my mum, only looked like her. Her head began to tilt slowly as she stared at me. I moved to the foot of my bed to kick her away, but my foot went completely through her. She then disappeared and reappeared at the side of my bed and began approaching me closer. As quickly as she appeared, she then disappeared. I told my dad about it, but he said that it was just a nightmare, so I pretend like it didn't feel real. Until that same day, my friend and I were driving around. I've always known that she was a bit of a medium, as we're both paranormal investigators. However, this really cemented this for me. You see, I didn't tell her anything about this thing's appearance, but her eyes widened and she quickly drove out of the neighborhood that we were in. She was repeating to herself, saying, "We have to get out of here." She later described exactly what was there with me in my room, from the clothes to the height. That night we went to a Catholic church and we prayed. I've been praying every night since then, and I haven't been able to have the lights off at all. Everything was quiet too for a while, and
سليخة.
until the last 5 days, because 5 nights ago, I then froze in my bed. I was laying on my stomach and I felt a hand press on my shoulder. I couldn't move, but the same sense of dread filled me. 4 nights ago, I was laying on my side when I felt something brush my hair out of my face. Once again, I couldn't move. 3 nights ago, I was laying on my side when I felt someone laying behind me. I was completely frozen in fear and dread. The last 2 nights have been sleepless, and even last night I cried to God begging for protection. So my question for all of you guys is, does anyone know what this thing is, or how I can protect myself, or maybe even get rid of it? So, I've had several supernatural experiences, and I figured that I would share some that have stood out. I worked as an officer at a prison, and although I've moved on to a new facility, I have been an officer for the past 12 years. One of the major skills I've learned is how to retain and recall details, which helps recount events that I witness. This makes report writing much easier, and is helping me recount these events here as well. The prison I worked at was the oldest operational in my state and was built in the 1870s in an old style with a big brick wall that runs the prison's perimeter. The place has been updated over the years, but some areas that still operated had little done to them since it was built. Now, when I started, the old heads told all of us that the place was haunted, given everyone who had died over the years. Different places more than others, like the old unit that was a segregation, or what some people might know as the hole, with all the prison graffiti. I never gave it much thought because if I do not experience it, then it is just a cool story, but not confirmed. Now, I worked there for around 8 months when I first saw something strange. I was working overtime at night on what's called a one-on-one, where you have to watch a prisoner who is feeling suicidal and make sure that they don't do anything. It meant that I needed to stay up all night and check to make sure that the prisoner was breathing every 15 minutes, and I had a partner who walked by every 28 minutes, so I knew that I was awake. It was about 2 a.m. and I had just used my flashlight to illuminate the cell of the prisoner that I was watching and confirm that he was breathing. I looked down to mark the check on my clipboard and I saw movement out of the corner of my eyes. My partner had just done his round 15 minutes prior, and all the prisoners were supposed to be locked in their cells, so there shouldn't be any movement down there. I turn and see someone doing a round on the housing unit, but he isn't right. This guy is wearing a blue uniform with a Breton cap, shiny black leather belt, and has a baton in his hand. The problem is that these uniforms haven't been used by my department since the 1950s, and our uniforms are not blue. They're grey and modern, whereas this one was very much old. I watched this guy walk down the unit for maybe 5 seconds, and then I shook my head and slapped my face to make sure that I was awake. When I looked back, there was no one there anymore. The next thing that happened was roughly 2 years later during my normal shift. Now, the central building of the prison I worked in is a big room called a rotunda. It has 2 floors, but it is open, so you can see the balcony up on the top levels, and anyone who is leaving the rotunda can be seen from the opposite side, even on the balcony. The doors into the wings that branch off the balcony all have windows, and most of the rooms directly connected have windows too. It was maybe 2100, and I was going to the rotunda to complete some paperwork with a co-worker for my sergeant, which is pretty common. As we were opening the open barred gate to go into the rotunda, I looked up and I noticed that the administrative wing lights appeared to be dimmed through the window into the door. I commented to my co-worker that we would need to report that a light was out in the administrative wing. It was then that we were both looking at the window that we observed something move in the window, and we realized that this was not a light malfunction, that instead a shadow person, or something like that, was standing in front of the window. While we were watching this shadow move to its left and through a solid wall into another room, we saw its silhouette through the window of that room. Well, we just looked at each other and we kept going. The third experience that I was about 3 years in as an officer by the point that this one happened. I was working the third shift in the control center, which is where we use the cameras and security measures and all that. Also, I should mention that there are several rifle posts around the prisoner's perimeter that are used to ensure the security of the prison, but we only ever used like 3 of them during operational hours. In this case, it's important for you to know that when a phone is left off the hook, the phone rings into the control center so that we can address the issue. When the call rings through, you can pick up the phone and hear anything on the other end that may be being said in the area, which is important in case we're dealing with a staff assault or a hostage situation or something like that. So, I'm working as the electronic monitoring officer, which means the camera controls are my main responsibility, along with the perimeter security. As I'm working, the phone rings and the institutional caller ID says 1 post, which is odd because that post is not used because it's too small for a modern person to comfortably fit inside of it. Also, at this time there is nobody that should be near it, and for someone to reach it, they would have to set off at least 2 security alarms, which I was in charge of monitoring. Given the fact that the guy who was doing the perimeter checks was a bit of a prankster, I guess you could say, I figured that it was just him playing a prank and that he knew a way around the sensors somehow. So I answer the phone and all I hear is static, which is continuously increasing and decreasing in volume, like someone has an old television on a static-filled channel and is moving the volume up and down constantly. I hang up the phone and move the camera to look at the post, and I can see right inside there that there is no one in there. As I'm looking at it, the phone rings again as an off-the-hook at 1 post. This time, my lieutenant picks up the phone and, after a minute, walks back to me asking if the perimeter officer is playing games, because he can hear mumbling blurred out by static from 1 post. He sees that I have the camera pointed at it, and that there is no one in there. The lieutenant tells me to have the perimeter officer check it because an animal may have gotten in the post and knocked the phone off the hook or something. The officer took a while to get there as he had been on the other side of the perimeter and he had to climb 5 flights of stairs to get there. During this time, the phone has continued to ring from 1 post until I can see the officer opening the door, at which point the phone just stops ringing. The officer opens the door with his flashlight on and calls over the radio that there's no phone in the post. My lieutenant responds that there must be one because the calls keep coming through. In response, the officer holds up a disconnected phone line so that the camera can see it and says that is the only thing in the post. This post has not been used since like the early 80s, I think. Like I said, it was way too small of a space. The phone would still ring now and again on the 3rd shift until we updated our phone system to an internet-based system, upon which it stopped. This next experience, I had been an officer for about 4 years at this point. I was working my regular shift as the electronic monitoring officer. I went on a restroom break, which means that I had to leave my post and go about 100 yards away to the nearest restroom. As I'm in the restroom, I distinctly hear the sound of boots clapping on the tile floor of the hallway that leads to this restroom, among other rooms in that wing. As the sound gets closer to the restroom, I can hear the large folger keys that are clinking together on their waist as they walk. When it sounded like they were right outside the door, I called out saying, "I'll be out in a minute," and I didn't hear the sounds after I said that. Thinking that someone was waiting outside, I hurried up and washed my hands, not taking more than a few minutes. I opened the door and there was no one there. The hallway is long enough and has 3 entry doors that I would have heard open and close as well as any other door in the hallway, to where they would have had issues getting out of the hallway noiselessly in the time between me calling them and leaving the restroom. I returned to my post and I asked my sergeant if he saw anyone go into the wing while I was down there. He said that he didn't and asked why. Knowing that he was someone who believed in ghosts, given that he and I had talked about how he used to do independent paranormal investigations, I told him what happened. His face went slack and his eyes got large as he said, go check the video. I returned to my position and watched the video of that hallway, the hallway of the wing above that one, and the areas outside the wing. And I confirmed that no one was in that area during that time, except for me, and there were no signs of distortions or anything. Now, the final one that I'll share for today is that I had been an officer for about 6 years and was working my regular shift. I was watching the medication lines after the diner lines were done, and my sergeant was talking with me. Not like a management thing, but we were friends and just wanted to have a conversation while ensuring that prisoners weren't passing meds or fighting or worse. The medical hallway that I was watching is connected at one end to the rotunda and at the other end to one of the main housing blocks, specifically right next to our main segregation unit. As we were talking, we heard what sounded like muffled talking from a radio. Checking our radio, we realized that it was none of us, so we began searching the area around us. Given the location, there shouldn't be an unattended radio, so it was a security issue and of some concern. As we proceeded to search the area, we realized that the intercom system speaker for the segregation unit was making the sounds. This intercom, unlike a standard housing unit, is not used frequently, which is why we were surprised to find it transmitting sound. The sergeant points at it and says that it must be broken. The switch is in an off position and the activation light is off. I looked closely and I got goosebumps as I made a shocking discovery, saying, Sarge, how is it doing that when it's not plugged in? I held up the unplugged cord leading out of the intercom box and gave it a slight tug to show that it was attached directly to the box. The sergeant's face went completely white and he walked off shaking his head, just saying, "Nope," over and over again. These intercoms don't have backup batteries or anything too, and there are no direct power-up hookups or anything like that. Just the cord that I had already shown was disconnected. The sounds, though, they continued for the duration of the medication lines. I left the area after that, and I never heard of it doing that again. So, that's everything that I've experienced, but if you guys would like to hear more of the other stories that I've heard from there anyway, just let me know and I'll be sure to share some more. Thanks for listening, and if you're interested in doing a job like this, please do not let stories like this get in the way, because it really is a very fulfilling career. So this all starts with a guy named Daniel. Daniel was at one time an acquaintance of my ex-husband. He was never my favorite person, honestly, as he was kind of an incel, I guess, a lifelong drug addict, and also had a chip on his shoulder because his family had money. He was a liar, thought that he was slick, and did creepy stuff like once I came home and he was folding my clothes out of the dryer. I don't know why he thought I would approve of such, including folding my underwear into tiny little squares with a lot of care. You get it though, Daniel is a loser. And look, I know that that's mean, but he really has no redeeming qualities. Thankfully, after a while, their associate friendship runs its course and he sort of fades into obscurity as a bad memory. I hear very little concerning him for the next 10 or so years, save one thing.
Hello.
He has lost his mind. But that's
طلعوا
just a
لنا
throwaway
تصفيم شي
statement.
الخبا يوتيوب. طلعوا لنا تصفيم شي الخبا يوتيوب. אני צוחק.
יוטיוב. יוטיוב.
a lot of the times,
كلهم.
so-and-so has gone crazy and
لما
lost
نفسك
their
تتكي
mind.
باستا.
I had the thought that he'd always been like that, and forgot about him once again. About 2 years ago, I pull up to my house, though, and notice a side-by-side sport utility vehicle in my driveway that I've never seen before. When I walk in, I see this unkempt, wild-eyed looking man that appeared homeless, really. I followed my husband to our room and whispered, "Who the heck is that guy?" And he looks surprised and says, It's Daniel. He's, well, sort of insane now. Apparently his family keeps him in the house mostly because he doesn't do well in public and freaks people out now. But he stole their side-by-side and drove it over an hour to our house, where he has run out of gas to go back home. I instantly get a bad feeling when I see him, before I even know it's Daniel. This guy's aura is just all wrong. His vibe is messed up, and I get even more and more wigged out.
אז מה אתם באים באחרי יום רביעי ב-11 להפתיע אותו?
He's having a full-on conversation with, well, himself. This was sinister, and I didn't like his replies to whatever he was talking to as well. Whatever was speaking to him was saying hostile things about us. For example, he listened intently, then laughed wildly and shook his head. No, they ain't like that. That is funny, though. Like, what the heck, right? I'm just trying not to make him feel any type of way, because I know that this may not be something that he can control or help, and I don't want to make him uncomfortable or embarrassed, but I'm getting more and more uncomfortable myself the longer this goes on. Finally, after like 20 minutes of talking to something, he sort of looks at me sheepishly and says, "I apologize. I have demons, but I'm working on that." I nod and tell him that I understand. My husband rounds up some gas by his side-by-side, and then he leaves. At first, I'm really relieved because I was feeling really freaked out by the time that he bounced. When I knew that he was gone, I was sitting on my bed doing some craft project, and my husband is in the master adjoined bathroom doing something with a tool. I then quiz him. What the heck is Daniel talking to? He tells me that he believes that he's talking to demons.
מי אומר למקס שלחתול שלי הייתה ארוחת ערב
He
מעניינת?
was speaking to a demon with a full-on conversation, at least in his mind, which heightens my bad vibe meter to the max, let me tell you. I tell him that I
כאילו
don't
לקח
feel
רגע
comfortable
להבין.
with him in my home. I don't want him back here where
החתול
me
של
and
בן
the
החלט,
children
החתול
are.
החדש.
He's dangerous. I do pity him, but
לא באמת,
I just
כן?
instinctively
סתם.
know that he's dark and dangerous. My husband says okay, and he doesn't think he'll be coming back anyway. Quite suddenly, though, I then feel a pain in my arm like I cannot describe. For a few moments, I really think that my husband has accidentally shot metal across the space with whatever he was doing, with
yes.
this buzzing Dremel tool, and he's just shot the heck out
Huh?
of me. I put my flat hand over the inside of my arm, below
Stop,
the
stop
elbow,
it.
and above the wrist, and put pressure, but he doesn't stop. Intense pain, a weird pain like I've never felt before. I scream. I move my hand to look, but don't see any blood, so couldn't have been hit with shrapnel from this tinkering or anything. But I did see sort of half-moon claw prints dug into my arm, like someone had grabbed it and just sunk their nails into it. Not scratched, just dug in.
אנחנו לא צריכים שתרדם לנו באמצע ניטרול של הפצצה או באמצע של ההטמנה שלה. שני הפעמים האלה גורם לקבום.
Watched while more appeared right in front of my eyes. I yelled for my husband to come here, and I showed him my arm and asked him what it looked like to him. Dang, who clawed you up like
איך
that?
מתפוצצת בידיעת בחבאס וגלי שזה חבאסטיק נרדם על...
And explain what just happened before
לא יודע, הוא בטעות נפל על הכפתור האדום.
What he did next sent a chill down me. Daniel didn't
מה זה
leave his
סמיר? מה
demons
זה
when he
הלבנה הזאת?
left.
זה נראית כמו
He
אחלה,
called
אחלה,
you up,
אחלה.
Did he? He jokingly said with a little laugh. I
עשה
was
משהו.
kidding, but as soon as he said
משחק
it,
משהו.
כבר
I
עשינו
knew that it was
משהו.
true.
די להיות שי. לא צריך כל
He
הזמן
didn't
זה.
like me talking about
לשחק
it.
משהו.
הרגע
He
היינו
called me out to
ביחד,
punish
די,
me.
זה, אל תהיה שי,
I
לא
told
צריך
him not to
ללחוץ
say
כל
that,
הזמן.
and
יחד.
לא,
I quietly
מיינקראפט.
freaked out about it until I went to bed and tried to keep it off my mind.
אתה יכול לעצור רגע, להצטרף אליי, ואז נחזור לשם.
We were laying in bed and my husband was spooning me with his arm draped over my side.
סקואד.
He had just nodded off when I felt that weird otherworldly pain in my side under his arm, and I just knew that it had clawed me again. I cried out and shook him awake in a panic, and I asked him to move his arm before raising my shirt and asking what my side looked like. He looked crazy and said it looked clawed up like my arm had. And he watched me while more claw marks sprung up until my side was covered in them. Honestly, he was pretty much as shook as I was. Well, almost. Throughout the next few months, I always felt like I was being watched too.
הוא כיפי ממש, הוא קליל, הוא שונה.
Same weird type of pain, followed by some type of mark in the pained area. I basically had to exercise my hands over and over. It would work for like a week or two, and then it would always come back. Not as strong,
אף משחק סרווייבל הוא לא באמת מסובך, זה פשוט הגריינדיות וה... זה מה שקשה מעצבן.
זה לא כזה נורא שם, את האמת.
I think that the demons that he says that he talks to
כאילו הפרוגרס הוא בנוי טוב.
what he says they are. I think that the one that he dragged up into my house that night either decided I was weak and it would get to me, it saw something in me that it liked and wanted, or it sought to punish me for talking about Daniel the way that I did. Whatever the case, it was seeking me because nothing had happened to anyone else in the house. There was also a lot of DV in our home, and I think that it was feeding on the negativity in the home. I felt like it was always just on the edges, lurking or waiting to be able to get back in to get to me, and it was awful. I've since divorced and moved on, and I came to a better place spiritually. But this experience taught me that what you don't believe in, you cannot defend yourself from. And I, for one, will never make that mistake.
יש ב-GTA 13.58 יורו.
I'm 30 now, but this happened when I was 16.
תשתמש בכסף אמיתי שזה דולרים.
Yeah.
I was playing some OG Paper Mario one afternoon after school, and as I was playing, I heard my mother call me from downstairs. I paused and called back. Yeah, what's up? Come down to the office, please. I need help with something. Okay, I'll be right there, I said as the good and helpful son I was. I went downstairs to the office to find it empty. Confused, I went to the kitchen, my mother's bedroom, all the places that she'd normally be. I even went to the garage to find that her car wasn't even there. I went to the living room to find my father. I asked him where Mum was, and he said that she wasn't even home yet. I stood there for a while processing that information before my dad asked what was wrong. I told him that I definitely heard Mum asking me for help in the office. He simply shrugged and said he didn't know what to tell me, and went back to reading his paper. So, yeah, something called out to me in the voice of my mother asking for help. The whole thing has confounded me to this day. This is going to be a little bit lengthy, as this has been an occurrence in my life over the course of the past 10 years, so I apologize for the length of this. Now, I'm a believer in the paranormal world due to other experiences, but I am also open to the fact that this could be sleep deprivation or stress induced, I guess, but the moment of times that I've dealt with this and the fact that I have been consciously awake every time, it definitely makes me wonder. I'm 30 years old now, and my first encounter began in 2012, while I was a freshman at college. I was on academic probation over a long weekend, so the rest of my roommates were gone for the weekend, and I was stuck in my dorm for the weekend all by myself. One night, as I had finished my homework and was tired of mindlessly scrolling through my phone, I got unusually tired and fell asleep in my bed at around 8 PM with the lights on. After about 20 minutes into my snooze, I felt like I wasn't alone all of a sudden and just sort of jolted awake. Now, our beds were over our desks in a sort of bunk configuration. I rolled over and looked into the middle of the room below me, and was shocked to see a humanoid figure curled up into the fetal position. I honestly thought that I was dreaming, so I just continued to blink and rub my eyes and was telling myself to wake up, but soon realized that I wasn't dreaming at all. After about 30 seconds, it seemed to register that I was staring at it, and it slowly stood up. I was in complete utter shock and I just froze. It looked just like a person, but with no face or hair features, no clothes, just humanoid opaqueness, I guess. I couldn't even discern gender. It was about 5'9" and slowly walked towards my direction. Nothing felt evil or malicious about it, but I didn't want to test that theory by any means. Unfortunately, it was between me and the door, and I had to run past it to escape my room. I yelled at it to stop approaching me. As soon as my fight or flight instinct overrode my being frozen in fear, and as it was only 3 feet away from me, I jumped from my bunk onto the floor and bolted past it. Mind you, it never reached out or interfered with my escape as I ran into the halls of my dorm with pure adrenaline and fear. With it being a weekend, there was hardly anybody present, but I cooled myself down and quickly walked to find the closest human contact that I could find. I finally found one of my friends down the hall who was still present. As to not sound insane, I didn't tell a soul of my experience. I chalked it up to being tired and stressed with school, but unfortunately, I had to eventually make my way back to my room to sleep alone again. I finally summoned the courage to leave my friend's room and go back to mine after a few hours. I entered my room and there was nothing there. I stayed awake with the lights on for the rest of the night with an uneasy feeling, but nothing else happened. Fast forward to 2013. My roommates and I had switched to a different room. Every year we had to switch rooms. Nothing else had happened until late fall, and this time all of my roommates were present, and it was a school night, and we had all just begun to fall asleep, 3 of us total. Once again I got that uneasy feeling, and once again I rolled over to find that humanoid figure standing near the head of my bed, reaching up towards me this time. I absolutely freak and wake up my roommates, who throw the light on. As soon as the light came on, it had disappeared. To my roommates' justifiable annoyance, they told me to go to sleep and that I'm just imagining things. This occurs 2 more times throughout my college years, with the last college incident occurring in my senior year. Once again, I was asleep and awoke to an uneasy feeling. I had accidentally left my closet open, and as I peered into it, I saw the figure again, just standing there staring into me. I fixate on it, just telling myself that it's just my overactive imagination. But as I was wishing it away, it stepped out of the closet, and just like the other times, it begins to approach me. I scream at it, demanding it to not take a step closer or else, and then it just disappeared into, nothingness. I then graduate and join the military. Thinking that it was just college-induced stress, I felt like the encounters would end, especially with me leaving my old dorm for my first duty station in Florida. At this point, I'm engaged to my now wife and have 2 dogs. And to shorten the now long story, the shadow people, they would continue to follow me. It didn't matter which apartment or house I would move to, I would never be able to escape the terrifying encounters of whatever these things are. It would always start with my dogs growling at our bedroom doors, and then full manifestations. My wife would awake me to shouting at something, demanding it not to come closer and to leave me and my family alone. It would absolutely freak my wife out as she could not see the figures I was confronting. Each visit, it would just get a little closer before disappearing after I confronted it. It would always get close, but it would never actually reach me. I could also sense that it was never the same shadow person, and each subsequent visit, it seemed more foreboding and with negative intent. It also had this weird sort of pull to it as well, like it was drawn to me. This happened about 4 or 5 times from 2017 to 2019, and this leads me to the final encounter that I had in 2020. My wife was pregnant with my son at the time, and I was a month out from deployment, knocking out my pre-deployment training. This last encounter was different from the rest too, and was the single most terrifying paranormal or stress-induced event that I've ever witnessed. I was asleep with my wife in my bed. I had only been asleep maybe an hour when I woke up because I couldn't breathe. I had felt 2 hands wrapped around my neck and weight on my chest. As I struggled to breathe, I saw the shadow person above me this time, and it felt like it was trying to suffocate me. I hadn't even registered it as a shadow person. I thought it was a home invader at first. I wrestled with it, or at least it felt like I was, and I could feel it and grab it this time. Once I got the upper hand, it sprung to the bedroom floor and crawled under my bed. My wife was already awake as I was thrashing about. Thinking that it was an intruder, I was trying to find a weapon and told my wife to escape the house and call the cops. She, of course, refused and told me that it was all a bad dream. I looked under the bed to find nothing there, of course. My wife told me that I was just stressed with the upcoming deployment. I was incredibly embarrassed and utterly terrified. I saged the house just in case and tried to work on my stress. And weirdly enough, that was the last encounter, and I haven't had another one since then. Now, I know that this could all be psychological, but it doesn't take away how terrifying it is in the moment. Of note is the fact that I'm never half awake. I'm always wide awake when I went through these encounters. I don't have sleep paralysis and I don't sleepwalk. I hardly tell this story to anyone unless they're a believer in the paranormal, as I know that it sounds super made up and I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't have gone through it. I just know what I experienced and how it made me feel. Most won't believe my story, and you know, that's fine. I'm sharing this to see if anyone else has had a similar experience with shadow people or could explain the psychological reason if there are any. I guess the only thing that would go against that psychological reasoning is the fact that my dogs, they always seem to react to it as well. This happened when I was 15 and my little sister was 12. A little bit of backstory here. We lived in this small town for several years and it was a very safe place. A few years into living there, we had a cop with his wife and kids move in 2 houses down from us. Our house was built sometime in the 1920s, I think. A few nights before this incident, our other siblings locked us out of the back door. Us being idiots, we kicked the back door in. The door didn't budge, but the frame came out of the wall and the door was just hanging there. One of our blinds were broken and we didn't have the money to fix it, seeing as my parents had 8 kids and money was really tight growing up. Anyways, the blinds were broken behind our TV. On the other side of the window was a garage and our driveway. Next to the driveway on our neighbor's property, which was abandoned and had tall shrubs. What we didn't know was that there were 2 people hiding in the shrubs, watching us. I'm going to leave a few details out to make a long story short, but if you have any questions, then please do drop them below. My little sister's name is Candace and my name is Aria. So, it was the summer of 2009. My oldest brother and his girlfriend were a mile from our house fishing about 10 at night. Fishing, right? All of our siblings and parents were asleep. Besides my older brother out with his girlfriend fishing, I was sitting in front of the TV watching it. Candace was sitting in the bed watching TV with me too, when all of a sudden Candace and I heard a very loud crash noise from the back door. We both screamed. We got up, ran to the phone and called our brother's cell phone. He said that he was on his way because his girlfriend apparently twisted her ankle. He gets home and by this point we woke everyone up in the house and had all the lights on. My brother tells us to stay in the house. My brother is 6'4" and 300 pounds. Unknown to my family, I slipped outside to check with my brother. I know it was stupid of me to do this, but I was a curious kid. I saw my brother being really quiet. He ran back to our fenced-in backyard, and he gets within arm reach of this guy, and he steps on a stick. The guy turns and looks back at my brother and takes off running and hops the fence, and he got away, sadly. I unfortunately didn't see all this because I went back into the house after a while. This is just what my brother told me. But my brother comes in and he tells everyone that he saw a guy all in black and he's about 6 foot, and that's all that he saw. The rest of the night was pretty much calm, my brother on high alert though. The next night my brother was out with his girlfriend wherever they were at the time. It was again about 10 at night. Candace and I were watching TV again in the same spot as last time. Again we hear a loud crash coming from the back door. We screamed again and called our brother's cell phone again, and he came home again. The whole house was awake again and all the lights on. My brother goes out and checks it out, and this time he didn't see anyone out there. Oh, I forgot to mention too, both of these times, we looked at the back door and both times the back door looked like it was kicked really hard. This time around the frame was out of the wall more and the door was leaning further into the house at this point. We didn't make a police report because we had a cop that lived 2 houses down from us. But while he was at work, us kids would help take care of his pregnant wife, bring her over food, play with her kids and all that. We really didn't see him much, and when we did, he was really sweet and nice, but anyways, we told the police officer what had happened. He told us that he thinks that there are 2 guys out there and that they've been stalking our house and watching us. The cop comes over and checks and looks. He said that one of the guys seems to be on lookout and hides right here in the shrubs. He keeps lookout while the other one does the possible breaking in. He said that they had to have been looking through our broken blinds. He said that at night they could be looking in and you really couldn't see anything if you were looking out. After those 2 nights, there was no attempted break-ins anymore. But fast forward to the fall of that year and our cop neighbor told us. So, I'm not actually supposed to tell you all this, but we actually caught a peeping Tom. He's in jail now, about 20 or so miles away. And he said that after this peeping Tom got caught, that perhaps that's why everything stopped. That is, he suspected that this guy was the guy trying to break in. He said that the town was safe again because of this, and Candace and I were really freaked out and kind of scared. To this day, her and I always have our windows and doors always locked. We check multiple times a day, in fact. If any of our curtains are open, we get scared and we close the curtains every time. I'm honestly afraid that it'll happen again one day. We no longer live in that town, but that thought is definitely still there. To this day, we don't know what their intentions were, but I do think that if he would have gotten in, that there's a very good chance that we wouldn't be here today. And that is a scary thought. I grew up in a small Southern Californian town, known for its orange groves from days gone by. All those groves have been replaced by housing developments, and also shopping centres now. But there were still quite a few around when I was growing up in the late 90s. My friend Johnny and I used to get into all kinds of trouble back then. We were just general miscreants, I guess, but there was one time that I truly believe that we almost became victims of a child predator. If anyone listening to this also grew up in the 90s, then you know that it was a different era. We'd be out all times of the day, and our parents would have no idea where we were. There were lots of kidnappings back then too, and I can remember multiple times that I was offered candy or asked by some creep to help him find his cat.
אני
I
פה.
always said that I'd go and check with my mum, and by the time that she'd get outside, but they'd always be gone. Anyway, Johnny and I were up to no good one day after school, like always. We were traipsing around this orange grove that bordered his street. We started pulling these little metal dam things off of the irrigation channels and tossing them wantonly. All of a sudden, though, we heard a sharp whistle, and both looked up to see this man about maybe 25 feet away from us, wagging his finger and going, But his reaction was not at all proportional to the property damage that we were causing. He clearly didn't own or work in the grove because instead of screaming at us to stop, he had a grin from ear to ear, and I can still see his face in my mind all these years later, and it gives me chills. Johnny and I stood there for a second watching this guy. Then we looked at each other, and Johnny looked back toward the guy and shouted, "Run!" I look over and the guy is in an all-out sprint toward us now. Despite the physical exertion that he was putting into his sprint, the grin was still on his face. Johnny and I ran harder and faster than we ever had before. We made it out of the grove and back to his house before noticing that the guy wasn't behind us anymore. We quickly forgot about it because Johnny's family had just gotten a Nintendo 64 and we started playing Mario. I cannot remember if it was the next day or week or what, but sometime after this happened, we were both with his mum getting donuts and we saw a wanted poster with a sketch of a man that looked awfully similar to the guy who chased us. He was apparently wanted for trying to kidnap a boy outside of a school. Johnny and I looked at each other and seemingly telepathically agreed to never say a word. I don't know why we never spoke up. Maybe it's because we were at an age where we'd be relentlessly bullied by homophobes because of the mere possibility that we could have been, assaulted like that. But we never did speak of it again. As I'm sharing this, I'm considering reaching out to him to see if he remembers and if it aligns with my memory of the incident. There were so many different things that happened in my childhood in the 90s that could have easily ended with me dead. Somehow I'm still here and I even have my own family now. I trust no one because of incidents like this, and these days I always have my head on a swivel. A few years ago, my mother died after a long battle with cancer. In her last few weeks, she was bedridden at home at one point and on heavy pain medication. The whole family took turns to help and spend time with her, and what she told us towards the end gave us all a shock. She kept having a scared reaction to something. She'd jump up and say, "Oh my goodness," or she'd swear as if something had made her jump. She didn't say anything at first, but then after a week or two, blurted out something one day that gave us all the creeps. "I wish he'd stop scaring me. Tell him to go away." She was annoyed at something, or someone to be exact. Confused, we asked her what the problem was, and she told us. Apparently, in her last few weeks, she kept seeing her deceased partner walking around the house. He'd walk down the hallway or past her bedroom door, or sometimes he'd be sitting in her room, and every time that it would happen, she would jump with fright, obviously not expecting to see him there. She was more annoyed than scared, I guess, but she'd see him several times a day, just going about his business as if he'd never left. Usually her reaction would be, "Oh, for goodness sake, go away." Not because she didn't want to see him, but because it kept making her jump. Our first thought was that it was something to do with the pain medication that she was receiving, but the nurse assured us that it wouldn't cause hallucinations or visions or anything. It absolutely terrified us to know that as well. She went into hospice a few weeks later, and it was then too that the visions stopped. Weird, huh? We still don't even talk about it either, because that's how creeped out we all are by it. I've debated sharing this for, a long time, but never got around to it. Mainly because I try to keep this memory out of my brain. This might be a long one, but it's a creepy thing that happened to me about 4 years ago. So, for starters, I grew up in southwest Saskatchewan and moved onto my aunt's farm in 2019 to live in the other house that is on their property. The house is fairly old, but to be honest, I loved it. It wasn't long, though, after I moved in that I started to feel, I guess, uneasy in the house, alone. I would close every window when it got dark, as it felt like something was watching me through them every night. Eventually, I decided to get a puppy to keep myself company when my boyfriend at the time was at work or away from the house. It helped to have the company, but I always dreaded having to take her outside when it was dark. For a bit of scene setting, our house sat on the left side of the gravel road. At the back of the house, there was about 10 meters of backyard, and then there was the cow pasture and the cow barn. We didn't own cows, but in the summer another farmer would rent out our pasture space, and so we would have them on the property. It wasn't uncommon at night to hear coyotes around the farm either, and there were tons of them as well. Every so often when I'd go out with my puppy, we'd hear them all around us, too close for comfort as well. We had a farm dog too who would keep the coyotes away for the most part, as she was huge. But every so often she would wander elsewhere on the property to scout, and the coyotes would get a little too close. They always tried to lure my puppy out to them as well, but luckily I kept her leashed. Now, one thing you should know about my pup is that it takes her forever to find a spot to go potty. This is still a problem today, 4 years later even, but back then it was the bane of my existence. She would pace for at least 5 minutes, and that was only after finding a suitable spot. Sometimes we would be out there for like near half an hour, just so she would go, and not go in the house. Another problem of hers. Huskies, am I right? Anyway, on this particular night, it was raining pretty heavily. I was not happy to be out there, and she had decided that she wasn't going to go until she found her perfect spot. We had already been out there for 15 minutes, and at this point, she was also getting frustrated with the rain and wanted to go inside. But I wanted her to go before we went in, since we'd already been out there for so long. So, as any annoyed puppy mother would do, I started getting a little bit frustrated and would repeat, go potty, every time that she'd get distracted from her objective. It was dark, I was cold and annoyed, and to make matters worse, the cows behind us were fussing fairly loudly too. This was out of the ordinary for them. They were usually quiet and sleeping at this time of night. I was also hearing what sounded like a strange bird whistling, but shook it off as probably being an owl up in a tree somewhere. I tried to keep it out of my mind as I kept shouting and pleading, go. I was facing away from the pasture, and suddenly though, in my left ear I heard it. Go. Now, one thing you should know about me is that I have a very strong flight response typically, but this froze me on the spot, as I was mostly confused at what the heck I'd just heard. I tried telling myself I didn't hear it. I tried telling myself that it was just a moo from a cow that I had heard wrong. But again, as if spoken directly behind me, I heard it again. Go, go. It sounded unnatural. It was as if it came from someone who had never spoken a word before. A raspy, deep, monotone go. It almost sounded like it was coming out of an old radio. But of course, there were no radios out there. Every time that it said it, it sounded the exact same as the first time it was said, and whatever it was had started repeating it as if it had been taught its new favorite word. At this point, I spun around to the pasture to find nothing there. But then, again from behind me, in the opposite direction now, go. This had all happened in the span of about 3 seconds, and at this point, I remember shouting out loud, "All right, you don't have to tell me twice," as I picked up my little furball and made a dash for my front door. I swiftly locked both doors behind me and sat bewildered in my kitchen. Puppy went back to puppying immediately, obviously unbothered by it all, and happy mum wasn't making her stay out in the rain any longer. I picked up my phone and called my aunt, asking her if my uncle had been out in the field with the cows. She said no, and I explained to her what had just happened to me. She sent my uncle over to the pasture to check it out, but soon after told me that he hadn't seen or heard anything. He said that he'd check the pasture again in the morning, but again, there was nothing. I spent my night hiding from the windows with the lights and the TV on loud enough to not hear anything outside. The next morning, when my uncle checked on the pasture, he didn't see anything out there, but what he did find was 2 calves that were dead. That explains the colossal cow panic that had ensued the night before. I regret this, but I didn't push for any more information, as I honestly just didn't want to know, but they told me other than that they didn't find anything out of the ordinary. A few months after that, and I started going to therapy for the paranoia that this had caused me. I started feeling like people were watching me, out to get me. Another few months after that, I moved out of the province for good, and finally felt safe. I'm wondering, though, if any of you here have any idea of what the heck this could have been. There's no chance that there would have been someone out in our field, as we were fairly far away from town and neighbors, and we have cameras that would have seen anyone enter our property. Coyotes are common, like I said, but I don't think they have a capability of mimicking words. So, do you have any ideas? Since moving, I've had some weird related things happen as well, but I'll save that for another time if you guys want to hear it. But thank you to anyone who can contribute to this, and thanks for hearing me out. To give some context, I used to be a 911 dispatcher for a small city. We dispatched all law, fire, EMS for the entire county, and within this county were multiple law agencies. I had been there for about 3 months or so when I met him. His name was Jake. Jake had recently transferred from a big department in California and landed himself randomly at our department. It didn't make much sense as to why he left California in the first place, but he always insisted that it was just time for him to move out to a smaller, less dangerous department. Him and I quickly became close and would chat almost every day after I got off shift. Within a few months, it became apparent that we liked each other, and our flirting progressed into something more serious. Fast forward a few months later, and it turns out that he was doing some inappropriate things to photos or videos of me whilst he was actively on duty. This and a few other things that he had kept hidden on duty led to him losing his license and leaving. During the process of his termination, his sergeant had suggested that I get a protective order against him, as he had apparently made threatening statements previously towards me, such as, "You better be telling the truth, I'll find out on Tuesday if you're lying to me," etc. I had begun to fill out the paperwork and was told that I had a temporary protective order on him in the meantime, but don't think that I ever actually did. Anyway, about 2 weeks later after his termination, he calls me to catch up. The entire call is like an old friend to an old friend. What am I doing for work? Do I have a boyfriend now? But progressively turns more personal. When does my shift end? What do I drive? Being 18 and naive, I treated him like I always had, answering his questions. I had contacted his old department afterwards, as his sergeant had told me to let him know if I was ever contacted again, but they turned me away pretty quickly and didn't want anything to do with it. So with that, I blocked Jake. Roughly a month later, I get a call from a new number, and it's Jake. But once again, he wants to meet up and catch up, but this time he so casually goes on to tell me about this new house that he's wanting to buy in my neighborhood, knowing that it's my neighborhood. I had never told him where I lived in town, let alone what specific neighborhood I lived in. During this call, he progressively got more aggressive as well, making statements such as, "If I knew that I was going to get canned, I should have just had my way with you." He half-heartedly joked about getting a hotel room just for me, and, well, that was that. A few days later, he FaceTimed me and once again came off as simply wanting to catch up as he was sick. Midway through our seemingly normal conversation, he makes it apparent that he's been touching himself this entire time. Keep in mind, nothing suggestive was mentioned, and our conversation at that point was about his new dog. He's blocked once again, but has tried to follow my social media, and now I've started to see him in my area too. Last I knew, he lived nearly 30 to 45 minutes in the opposite direction from me. So, my question for all of you guys is, am I just reading into this, or should I genuinely consider this stalking, and if so, what should I do? About 6 months ago, a group of friends of mine came to my parents' house for my birthday for a few days. This was right after our college semester had just ended. One night we decided to hang out at the pool in my neighborhood too. I live in a gated community and there's a community pool in there. It was pretty late at night, around 2 or 3 in the morning. Now, over the course of time that we were there, I began to notice shadows moving around in my peripheral vision, and at times, the sound of footsteps running behind me. I live in Florida, so I assumed it was just iguanas or some other sort of wildlife that might be around. However, within an hour or so, I continued seeing shadows and hearing strange noises all around me. They would be gone just as quick as I would notice them. Eventually, I mentioned it to one of my friends with me that I was seeing and hearing things and thought I was going crazy. He said, "Dude, you aren't crazy because I've been seeing and hearing the same stuff too. I just didn't want to say anything." I asked the rest of my friends and some of them didn't notice anything, but others had sworn that they saw shadows moving in the distance. All of us described the same sort of eerie feeling as well, like as if we weren't the only ones there. But we were. It was late at night and we had been there alone for hours at this point. Then one of my friends spoke up and he had told me that he talked to my dad earlier and that my dad had recently found out that our neighborhood was built on an ancient Native American burial ground. My parents, they had moved to this neighborhood while I'd been in college, so this was news to me. Also, I'm personally not religious at all and I don't really believe in paranormal activity or anything. I've never believed in ghosts and certainly never thought I'd seen a spirit or anything. But now, I could have sworn that I was seeing things. Sure enough too, I looked up the history of my neighborhood location and hundreds of human remains were found in a sacred burial mound on the land. It was discovered in the early 1900s, just thought to be a mound of sand. After remains were discovered, the land was bought by an archaeological enthusiast who eventually turned the mound into some sort of amusement park where people could walk through a tunnel and view the remains of Native Americans from like 800 years ago. There were even tigers and lions on the land too, with dozens of exotic animals that were attractions in the amusement park. Eventually though, this park fell out and in the 80s, it was expected to be purchased by the county as a historical preservation or whatever. However, it was bought out by the current owners of my gated community that exists today. There are dozens of condos and houses built all over the land, and the actual mound is still there today, covered with grass and trees. And to this day, I still get the same eerie feeling when I pass by that mound in my neighborhood, because I always thought that it was just a man-made hill or a decoration or whatever. But it's not. And guess where it sits? Yeah, right next to the pool. At 4 a.m. tonight, we got back from our walk. We live in Poland, pretty much on the Czech border, and usually take a late walk. Around 2 a.m. we took our off-road vehicle into a nearby forest that we've been in many times. We parked the car and walked across a bridge to a spot that we visited in the daytime. I should also mention that there's 2 separate sides of this forest. We walk deeper into the woods. Surrounding us are mounds, which I think are old war trenches, based on the area's history and items that we found there before. The ground is full of dead leaves, so you could hear any movement, especially this night because the woods were completely silent. All of the grassy plants or shrubs on the ground around us looked like they'd been recently crushed, not cut down, and all facing the same direction, which was a little bit weird. It was honestly like a herd of buffalo came from on top of the mounds and just ran down and trampled them all. I assume deer did this, but as we were walking closer to the mounds to venture upwards, all of a sudden we hear this heavy thud on the ground, like a weight, maybe 60 kilos, landed approximately 5 meters away from us, closer to the mounds. We didn't see anything or hear any other movement, which was strange. So we decide that this is the time to leave. The bridge is about 20 meters away. I'm trying to move quickly. My partner is clapping and shouting in case it's a wild boar. When we get to the bridge, we're still on the same side before crossing back to the vehicle. We both stop and shine our flashlights at the forest to see if there's something there. We don't see or hear anything. But about 30 seconds later, we begin to cross the bridge, still with our flashlights pointed at the forest. But now, in a bush about 3 meters away, are 2 sets of round yellow eyes staring at us. The first set of eyes is maybe, I don't know, like 1.5 to 2 meters from the ground, and the other set is about 1 meter from the ground. Even though we had just shined our flashlights in that exact spot, and were still in earshot of this bush, we didn't hear anything moving there. You can't even take one step there without the leaves going crunch though, so that was definitely strange. The only thing that we actually heard was the sound of the initial thud, so how did this thing move so quickly towards us without making any noise? We walked the rest of the bridge backwards while shining lights at this bush. The whole time these eyes were watching us as well. We then jumped into the vehicle and we got the heck out of there. Luckily, it didn't follow us, and whatever this was stopped, stared, and just stayed behind the bushes on the other side of the bridge. I can't tell if it was after us or if it was making sure that we left its side of the bridge or something. Initially, I thought that it was a wild boar, but I've seen them many times in my life, even at night, and these eyes didn't look the same. Plus, there was the actual size of the thing. Whatever it was huge. I really don't know how else to explain this, and there's just no other large creatures like that in this area. We will go back tomorrow in the daytime to see if there's any animal prints near that bush. But in the meantime, do you guys have any ideas as to what this could be? This incident took place in the summer of 2023. Last year, I transferred with my company to take a new position in a major Midwestern city. My spouse was still working and living back in California for the next few months, so I rented a studio apartment for myself in a newly renovated apartment building in a popular downtown neighborhood until we could look for a place together. The apartment was small, but it was nice. It was in a secure building with interior hallways and a nice downstairs lobby. I was one of the first tenants to move into this newly renovated building, and other new residences soon started moving in too. A major advantage of this move was that I'd only be a couple of hours' drive from my hometown and my parents as well. I started my new job and everything was going great. I was enjoying my new neighborhood, and the neighbors in the apartment building generally kept to themselves, like I did. Then, a new guy moved in across the hall, and everything changed. David was a single man in his 60s and was very different from the college students and young professionals who lived in our building. I started noticing his erratic behavior almost immediately. I would come home from work and he would be sitting in his car in a small parking lot just sort of staring off in the distance. We were having issues that summer with smoke clouds coming over from the vast Canadian wildfires. They were leaving a light dusting of ash on our cars similar to pollen. David, though, was convinced that someone was spraying this dust on his car and was accusing various tenants that he would run into in the parking lot. He would hoard trash in his apartment and leave trash bags in the hallway, causing a foul odor. He would also be yelling to himself in the hallway. I finally had enough and I complained to the leasing office. The manager was quick to dismiss my concerns, saying that she'd been in this apartment and everything was apparently fine. In August, though, my parents' 50th anniversary was coming up, and I was excited to go home and spend a weekend with them. A few days before their anniversary, my boss informed me that he would be flying into work on an important project with me that would have us working throughout the weekend. I was really disappointed, and I felt like I was letting my parents down, but I managed to get away for a quick overnight trip in the middle of the week to see them and get back before my boss was due to arrive. I drove down and I spent the night with them, and the next morning I checked my email as I was getting ready to head back. There was an email from my apartment manager in regard to the incident the night before. The email was very vague, but it stated that a resident was dead and there would be further details coming later. My heart sank and I immediately went pale. My mind instinctively went to my strange neighbor, David. I opened up a local news app for my city, and the top story was an active shooter in my apartment building who was killed during a SWAT team standoff the night before. Apparently, David approached my next-door neighbor in the hallway with a gun and threatened to shoot him. The neighbor ran into his apartment and called 911. David also called 911 and told the dispatcher that his neighbors were hacking his phone, and if the police didn't come, he was going to start shooting people. The police came and tried to talk to David, but he had barricaded himself in his apartment and claimed to be heavily armed. The state police and the SWAT team soon arrived, and David began firing a rifle out of his window at anyone that he saw in the parking lot below. All of the neighbors on my floor were trapped in their apartments with no way of escape. They had to get down and barricade themselves from the gunfire. There was another building across the street with a direct line of sight into our apartment building. A police sniper took position in the building across the street and shot David through his window. When they flew a drone into his open window and confirmed that he was dead with a gun still in his hand, they went in. Luckily, nobody else was injured. I got home later that day to a bullet-riddled apartment building, and several neighbors who normally didn't speak to each other were hugging and crying and showing each other videos of the incident from their hiding places. I've never been so lucky to have been out of town. If my boss hadn't have messed up my plans, I would have been home that night, and who knows what would have happened. I'm sorry David didn't get the mental health attention that he needed, honestly, but he put so many lives in danger, and I'm just really glad that I wasn't there. This event happened to me and a friend from out of town that I had invited to go hunting one afternoon. This location was in South Louisiana, in an area thick with woods and a lot of palmetto, up to 6 foot in height, in some places, and the water that we had to walk into to get to my deer stands were at least up to our waist at times, so it was slow moving in the mile that we had to walk to our deer stands, and my friend wasn't used to this tough terrain, but he kept up, and when I got to the first stand, which was about 15 feet off of the ground, with a ladder to climb up, once he was up, I told him that I would be by to pick him up in about half an hour after dark, since I was about a half mile past him. It was a full moon that was reflecting off of the water, allowing us to hunt a few minutes longer, and when it became too dark to see, I climbed down from my deer stand with my rifle on my shoulder, and I started walking slowly towards my friend to pick him up. And when I was almost to his stand, I shine my light up, and he just wasn't in the stand. So I shine my light on the ground at the bottom of the stand, and there he was, leaning back against the tree that the stand was on. And what was odd was that he wouldn't look my way, even after me calling his name. So I walked up to him within a couple of feet and asked if he was ready to go, and that's when he finally turned his head and looked towards me, and what I saw in his face scared me so bad that I took my rifle off of my shoulder, putting it between me and him. His eyes were rolled back in his head, and his mouth was wide open, just standing there looking at me, not saying a word, and he wasn't answering me either. I was asking him what the heck he was doing and what was wrong, but he wouldn't answer me. So there I was, a mile or so back in the woods with solid palmettos all around us, and up to my waist in water, with my good friend looking at me as if he was possessed or something. And yes, at this point, I was scared. So eventually I finally slapped him in the face, and he seemed to snap back to himself. I then asked if he was okay, and his only words to me were, "Let's get out of here now." So, with me not knowing what the heck was going on, I made him walk in front of me the whole way back to the truck, and we get on in and we left without saying a word. Eventually I asked him what happened in the woods. Why did he look so shocked or possessed like that? He started crying, and then he started telling me about how apparently he was sitting there in the stand when he heard something coming through the water, moving palmettos as if it was walking, and when it got close enough to see what it was, he said that it was a man that apparently looked like he had been skinned alive, like he had no skin at all on him. And he said that he was so scared that after this thing had passed him, he climbed down and hid under the stand against the tree so that it wouldn't see him if it came back. He was in shock, and when I got to him, that's why he had looked like he did apparently. He was so shook up and crying that eventually I had to tell him to pull over so that I could drive. Well, a week went by and I was talking to my little cousin who had gone out on tour at a near Indian memorial, and they were explaining how this Indian tribe would skin men of their tribe alive and turn them loose in the woods when they had committed a serious crime in the tribe. And my friend who had witnessed this skinned man a week earlier wasn't from around this area and had no way of knowing this, so what did he see that put him in shock like that? Was it a ghost of one of these Indians who was skinned alive years ago? I don't know, but I just know that the shape my friend was in when I got to him that night in the woods is something that I will never forget. I've been asked many times now in responses and conversations all over the place to share my experiences as an Order of St. John Chaplain and Demonologist. It's hard to know where to start, to be honest, but the most important thing that I think is to say that these are my beliefs and experiences. I certainly don't begrudge you yours, and definitely don't want to assert any kind of authority over the beliefs of others. As chaplains, we are not positioned within a church because we minister to communities. It really isn't our place to judge any member of that community, but only to care for and support them in their needs. Also, rule number 1 of the job is to disprove, and disprove again. Other than that, to save you the trouble, I'll share things in order of how much interest that I think that they get. I'll begin with experiences, then some insight into our processes, what I'm allowed to speak to anyway, how I got into the field, and then the training that I undertook. So, my experiences are this. General and passive paranormal experiences are part and parcel of the job. I'll touch on it more later, but I'm not afraid of things that go bump in the night. I used to be, but once you've studied and understand it, the paranormal loses its excitement and becomes more of a puzzle that needs to be solved. My passive experiences are things like every month or so I'll have some new knocking on our doors and windows, even though we live in a secure 3rd floor apartment. I get random prods and pokes when I'm by myself, whispering, murmuring, growling, scratching, electrical interference, random mists, distorted shadows and shadow figures here and there. This has all become weekly occurrence, although when I say that it's usually just one of these things that happens, I deal with it, and it goes away almost immediately. But this is probably my most fascinating one, because it's a reoccurring event that happens every couple of months, and I haven't yet solved the puzzle. You see, I travel a lot for my role, and at the moment I've been sent to one of our small towns to train people, run mental health programs, or help with large-scale crisis responses. This results in my driving for long hours, sometimes during the day and sometimes at night. And I will see the same stocky hitchhiking figure walking along the side of the road in a black hoodie and jeans, with hood up, thumb out. I've never stopped, mind you, and he's never turned around when I've approached. I've seen him at every point in the day, dawn, day, dusk, night. I mean, I've seen him in locations several hours drive from each location as well. At first, I honestly thought that it was just a coincidence, but hitchhiking is really uncommon in our country. We're small and buses are really cheap, so to see this guy like that in so many different locations, something is definitely up. The next one, this is another reoccurring one, although it's newer. It's more annoying than anything else, to be honest, but several times my partner and I have been woken to a long howl in our bedroom. Our windows are closed, apartment unit like I said, but it's ruining my sleep and I really enjoy my sleep, so this one is annoying. The next one, I'm actually thankful that it's resolved, but I had to deal with it over a series of years. To cut a long story short, whenever I was in the middle of a really tough case supporting someone in what we call spiritual warfare, I'd get a visit from whatever this was. It was the same every time, where I would have a dream of a cloaked figure, wake up to a spinning room, and I would be choking. I've had sleep paralysis episodes before, but this was definitely different. I'm still half convinced that this was some kind of sleep apnea issue or episode. The only thing that makes me think that it was paranormal is because it happened without fail when I dreamt of this figure, and it stopped after I put some intentional work into stopping it. There are also some experiences of clients that unfortunately I cannot share because I've made a strict confidentiality agreement with them, and that rests on my soul, but generally speaking, I've helped people deal with their psychological issues more than spiritual. Some spiritual ones have been fascinating, and there's a feeling that I get when there's a real obvious sign of oppression or infestation. It's sort of like a heavy feeling on my chest, and stuffy air, sort of. I've helped people by blessing their houses, which is a complicated process, and depending on your beliefs can be somewhat risky. You essentially have to call forth the oppressing force, challenge it, rebuke it, and either condemn it or suppress it, if it can't be dealt with in one blessing. I've also helped people with deliverance, although I'm not really big on the evangelical deliverance ministry. We're a more traditional denomination. But I've never helped with an exorcism. I'm still relatively young for my role, and while I am a commissioned member of the order, I'm not yet a fully fledged ordained minister or anything. So, now to our processes. We have to be careful with what we share, and that's for a really inane reason. We often get people who either want to play a prank or desperately want something paranormal to be happening, and the information that we don't share is essentially the key information that we need while triaging our cases. What I can say though is how we view the paranormal is unusual. Anything paranormal, by our theology, is demonological, angelic, or the Holy Spirit. When it comes to things that we humans get scared of, well, we're sort of hardwired to be scared of the paranormal if we believe in it. It's an non-interactable nocturnal threat, and it's really easy to trigger our limbic system. However, and again, just my view, I see paranormal activity as parlor tricks of a damned and jealous entity, but I have the power to send it back where it belongs, and it knows that, so it will struggle however it can. It will try and scare me because it is scared of me, and really it should be because I'm there to do a job. It's sort of like a spiritual pest extermination, I guess, but a moving cup, whispering, growling, etc., etc., is nowhere as scary to me as, say, driving in heavy rain or the things that I've dealt with as a bouncer while I studied. Humans, dogs, even cats are more dangerous than most hauntings or paranormal experiences. One exception, though, is that possession is incredibly dangerous, but insanely rare too. I'm not scared of these things, Not because I'm tougher or brave or anything, but because they're not really actually that dangerous, and they need to be condemned. That being said, if we go through an intensive investigatory sort of process, it looks a bit like this. So we're a medical order, we're also an indigenously focused arm of the order, and our perspective gives us a different worldview. When we assess a person, we don't just look at their spiritual health, we look at their social, physical, and psychological health as well. The first thing that we will do, fully funded, is have the person see a doctor and a psychologist for assessment. This isn't because we think that they're crazy, it's because we're building a comprehensive profile for exactly what we're dealing with. If someone is positive for physical or mental health issues that could be causing symptoms that they believe are spiritual, we need to treat those issues and see if the symptoms go away. Our church fully covers any costs associated with this process too. And if that doesn't solve the problem, my job is to definitively disprove the existence of paranormal activity or presences, but to do so while believing that there may still well be a presence. Skepticism is a good thing most of the time, but it's sometimes bad, I know that. We're not there to assume the issue is mundane. We take all the information that we can, assess it, and arrive at the likely outcomes. And we consider spiritual outcomes to be similar as likely as mundane ones. However, we still need to disprove all of the mundane theories that we can. But there's another layer to this, you see, because we also need to prove all of the mundane theories too. This helps us have equality of information, so we won't be happy to say, oh, it's probably just this mundane thing, unless we can prove that. After this, if there is persistence of a spiritual issue, we begin our church-sanctified process of blessings and protections for the affected individual. These interventions vary on intensity dependent on the person, their faith relationship, and the persistence of whatever that we're dealing with. I didn't take a standard pathway to this either. A standard pathway is that you attend a church that believes in demonological study, get as involved as possible with whatever you can, talk to the pastor about your desire to study and follow this pathway, and see if the church will support you. It's a long pathway though. You can also try to become a sort of lay chaplain for certain denominations, but honestly, the best thing that you can do is wholeheartedly commit to a church, show them that you're willing, and they'll support your journey. My pathway was that I studied a youth psych degree and specialized in youth gangs. Then a church was investing into the community and looking for a Christian with my expertise to be their youth pastor. I worked there for some time, and after a bit of a journey came back to my home denomination, and that's who I work for now. I got a master's in professional practice, chaplaincy, and a diploma in demonology. But my psychology knowledge is what sets me apart for this ministry in the eyes of the church. I'm much more equipped to do a referral assessment than many of the clergy or congregation. My training in demonology comes from several sources. I completed the diploma at Bible College, but have also done a small amount of training under a course from Bishop James Long. I did the Paranormal Academy of the United Kingdom online course because it's not Christian, and I trained under our Archbishop for some time to specifically respond to the needs of the community in this regard. As a chaplain, this calling fit under my purview in his eyes. When I need to escalate church involvement, I go straight to him. He taught me our beliefs, blessings, the process of our church, etc. He also taught me our church's stance on demonology, which is really old school. We're Anglican. King James was a demonologist, so it's a particular field for us. And that's pretty much it. I'm always open to helping people on here, so if you have trouble, please just reach out through a message. I'm also happy to answer questions and engage in a discourse, although I'm not going to be entirely engaging in what-ifs from the stories. For me, it's almost impossible to prove the paranormal online due to the nature of evidence and how easily it can be faked. So I'm not going to get into that. And I've peer-reviewed these things with my colleagues, so to me, I'm satisfied. But before finishing, I would like to offer a couple of more stories. So after I started to get more involved in spiritual guidance and conflict and intervention, we started noticing more stuff happening around the house. One thing that came to visit was a large dark figure. They were about 8 foot tall, I'm 6'4", so tall in my own regard, but this thing was huge. It was coming from an underground storage next to our room. We were staying in a basement. After getting involved in a particularly nasty case, things started with knocking on the door from the underground storage area. Once a day, at random times, we would hear a simple sort of knock 3 times. The area was a brick-walled room with dirt floors though, but there was no external access by either wind or people. We largely ignored it, and when the knock happened, if I was there, I would rebuke whatever was knocking by letting it know that it wasn't welcome. My partner, however, opened the door after the knocking but didn't tell me. She's not as spiritual as I am, and she was curious to figure out what the knocking was. The next day, we were relaxing in bed when the guitar standing next to the door strummed twice incredibly loudly. Again, I rebuked, but again, I didn't know that she'd answered the door. That night, I was struggling to fall asleep. I was tossing and turning, and was frustrated, so I opened my eyes to go to my phone. And when I did, roughly 20 feet away, I saw a huge black shadow figure standing in the corner looking at us. It was well built, with broad shoulders and a strong-looking body. I was frozen with shock at first, and then I flashed my phone screen in its direction. It didn't disappear immediately though, which shocked me, to be honest, but sort of slowly dissipated from the bottom upwards. I prayed an incantation and I went back to sleep. The next night though was the same. I struggled to sleep and had a feeling, and when I was almost asleep I opened my eyes, and again, there was the figure. Except this time it was standing next to the door to the underground area. I grabbed my blessed tire, it's a Maori weapon, and stood, then started to perform a fairly serious prayer. This half woke my partner up. This matters soon too, and as I prayed in the darkness, the same thing happened. The figure slowly disappeared. The next day my partner asked what I was doing, and I told her. I then asked her if she had seen anything, and she said that she'd been hearing the knocking and tried to find the source. I asked her if she'd opened the door after knocking, and she said yes. So I finally did what I should have, but was probably too scared to at the time in case I picked a fight that I couldn't win. I was new to all of this at the time, and blessed both our room and the storage room. I used frankincense and myrrh incense, holy water, and prayers in English, Latin, and my native Maori language. I placed an iron cross above the door on the inside of the house, and placed bigger wooden crosses above all of the entry points to my room, including that one. And, thankfully, I've had no problems since, and have gained a heck of a lot more confidence due to a lot more exposure. To this day, though, I'm not 100% sure what I was dealing with at that point. So, to be honest, I would really like to hear if anybody else has had experiences like this, to try and gain some more information and perspective on, perhaps, what it could have been. So I shared something about some howling at night and early morning too, not too long ago, and also said that I'd been thinking about skinwalkers, and I'd also been reading about them lately. Well, tonight, I was outside with my cousin helping him set up his new basketball hoop. We got finished with it and he was shooting some hoops while I was watching, and it's about dusk at this point. Then he asks me if I want to go inside, and I say sure, and then all of a sudden I hear, "Help me, please help me, someone help." It sounded like a little girl crying for help near our pond. I was a bit shaken by that, and my cousin had already went inside the door but was waiting for me. At this point, I'm shaking because it's almost like I knew what it was as soon as I heard it. My cousin came back out and I no longer heard it. Then I'm shaking my way back inside to tell my fiancée, and she looks out the bathroom window because it's looking out towards the pond, and she sees a little girl out there. Then she tells me to come look. Not even 10 seconds later, and not even 10 seconds later when I get there, there's nothing there. What the heck is happening though? First it was knocking and howling, but we're having actual experiences now, and I'm seriously starting to worry. Obviously I checked for any sign of an actual little girl, and there was no sign of anyone out there. It wasn't a real little girl, of that I'm sure, and I know that it wasn't. I know who lives around this area, in fact, and I know what happens around here. It's not just some distressed kid. I know that. But I've been reading up on skinwalkers and also thinking about them. I'm about 60% native and also just had a child. Lots of negative things are going on in the family right now. It's pretty chaotic and it's feeding off of these things, I think. Also, by the time that I got out there, there's no way that she would have fallen in the pond. And there was just no sign of anyone there anyway. There was no splashing in the water, no ripples, and also when I checked it this morning, there were no footprints or hair or shoes or clothes or anything either. It was muddy enough to see if someone had been there last night too. And I think I'm going to start to try and catch this stuff on camera to document it, because obviously something weird is going on. So I've told my friends and family this story, and they just look at me like I'm crazy. I also ended up telling my wife when we were moving out of the house that this happened in. I lived in Nevada with my wife in a newly constructed house that was 3 floors. The master bedroom was on the 3rd floor, and there was no door up to the master floor. It was just open. Sort of like a loft, but it was a full-sized area, not a converted attic or anything. This is pretty common in Nevada, so that they can squeeze as many thin, taller houses in a lot as possible. But anyway, one night, about a month into moving into the house, we're both asleep. I wake up in the middle of the night at around 2 or 4ish and see all the way at the other side of the room what I can only describe as like a little creature, all black, and I couldn't make out any features or eyes or anything, but whatever it was small. Maybe 2 feet tall, I would guess, and had 2 arms and legs like a person, but was sort of wider and didn't move like a person. It was unnaturally fast. It ran quickly to the edge of the bed, and then I could tell that it was looking right at me. I couldn't move, and I very consciously remember thinking, oh no, I do not have time for this. I remember it peered over the mattress and had a longer nose, but for some reason, it was not able or allowed to get on the bed or something. I watched it for about 10 seconds and was like, okay, if it can't get up, then I'm just going to roll over. So I rolled over and nothing else happened that night. I know that that ending is pretty anticlimactic, but that's what happened to me that night. I never saw anything in that house again except for that one night. I was definitely awake and I could move, so it wasn't sleep paralysis. I've had that once, and this was much worse and way more terrifying. And I guess I'm just wondering if there's a name for what I saw, or if anybody else has had anything similar happen to them, and what it was. So this happened to me in my early teens. I'm 21 now, and my best friend growing up had this huge farmhouse in the middle of Virginia. It was really old and beautiful, but also had a very dark history. In the house, there's a tunnel that leads to an underground room of sorts that was used for slaves to hide in the 1800s. And I'm 90% sure that some actually died down there while in hiding, so you can imagine the history and the energy that fills this house. I always felt scared there too. I never felt alone and wouldn't go anywhere alone in the house. even just to grab something out of my room. The room that I was staying in, obviously. Even the family was scared to stay there with no company because of the intense apparitions and also experiences, which I can get into another day. The rooms, though, were massive, and the entire house was white with, honestly, a sort of creepy vintage decor. There was even a cabinet of ventriloquist dolls upstairs. No, I'm not joking. They were a really old family, honestly, with lots of dark problems, but anyways, the second time that I visited that house, I was with my mum, my best friend at the time, and her mum. It was a girls' trip. One night, I woke up and was so thirsty, and the last thing that I wanted to do was go downstairs and get water. I mean, I was terrified like everyone else. I hated that house at night, but my mum was pretty much dead asleep, so I literally sprinted downstairs with my head only looking at the floor. I made my water in 5 seconds, and when I made it to the stairs, something compelled me to look at the giant glass doors that were in front of the stairs. I was horrified, but I don't know, I just felt like I needed to look at the window. What I saw, too, when I looked at the window will haunt me for the rest of my life, because I saw a man, as real as anybody else that I'd ever seen before, standing there. It was pitch black outside with a huge bright moon. The man was all black like a silhouette, but because of the moon being so bright, I could clearly see his entire body. He was blacker than black, like he stood out so much that I 100% thought that he was a trespasser. He was wearing a top hat and was unhumanly tall, like well over 7 feet. My heart literally felt like it stopped beating, and for a moment I felt like I was in a trance of sorts. I was so unexpectedly horrified, but I couldn't look away. He was also moving a little bit, almost like breathing, I think. Then, about 10 seconds later, he was gone, disappearing into seemingly thin air. Well, I absolutely panicked and bolted upstairs after I snapped out of my trance, that is. I cried to my mum and was up all night, and I didn't get a wink of sleep after that. The next morning, I told my friend and her mum about the experience, and they were not shocked at all. As they had seen multiple full-body apparitions in the house themselves, they didn't seem to be fussed by it. I found out later too that the nanny that worked for them even refused to go into some rooms of the house after her own experiences. But after that, I never went back to that house ever again. This experience happened a while back, but I thought that I might as well share it on here for you guys to hear. So, back in the mid-2000s, I lived in this house with my dad, my mum and my sister. Across the road from this house was this massive mansion which had a lot of residential turnover which my family, me included, believes is cursed. My sister and I were kind of scared of it, to be honest, because it was this big, dark house that felt uninviting and cold. When my family moved into our house, there was a wealthy businessman living in the mansion across the road who moved in a few months before us. This guy was really rich, like think luxury cars, massive dinner parties with his rich friends, etc. Apparently, he owned a bunch of businesses, started a new business shortly after we moved in, and after almost 6 months of starting this business, he went bankrupt. He apparently lost everything. He sold all of his luxury cars, he had no more dinner parties, and he also quickly became an alcoholic. He ended up selling his house because he of course couldn't afford it. But after he sold the house, a young, recently married couple moved in. I have no idea how they afforded the house, but nonetheless they moved in and settled in quickly. My parents actually became quite good friends with them, and we would have them over for dinner occasionally. They stayed in the house for about 2 years, but within that 2 years they had 3 miscarriages. The wife ended up becoming depressed and even had to be committed to a psych ward because she was thinking about deleting herself. These 2 incidences could be just classified as bad luck, I know that. Perhaps unfortunate events, but the third one, in my opinion, solidifies that this house is cursed. So another couple moved into the house after the other couple decided to move, and this couple were pretty wealthy. They hired a maid to stay in the house and to assist them with cooking and cleaning, etc. After a year of them living there, we once again got pretty close to this couple and would sometimes have them for dinner too, and swim in the pool that they had as well. One night, my dad woke up and had a strange feeling. Apparently, he heard something outside, so looked out of his bedroom window and saw the maid packing her car in the middle of the night. The couple that was living there was apparently away for the weekend, and the maid was staying at the house by herself. He thought that it was weird and was a bit concerned, but didn't think too much of it and went back to sleep. After he went back to sleep, he had a terrible nightmare that the maid ended up ending her own life in the garage of the house. He woke up in the morning a bit shaken from this dream and had a sort of sixth sense feeling. He decided to go over there and check if everything was okay. He rang the doorbell but didn't get an answer, so he decided to go around to the back of the house to see if the back door was unlocked. The back door was unlocked, so he went in. He entered the living room and, sure enough, his dream had come true. He instantly ran home and called the police and ambulance, but by the time that they got there, and by that point, it was too late. I remember seeing my dad after the event, and he was as white as a ghost. Of course, he didn't tell us what had happened as we were only young. He ended up telling us when I was about maybe 15 or 16 or something, and I don't really bring it up to him because he hates talking about it and gets really upset about the whole thing. We moved a little bit after the last event happened. I still have no idea what happened to the next family that moved in, but I seriously hope that nothing bad happened to them. To this day, though, I am convinced that that mansion is cursed. So, myself and 3 of my friends were all sitting in my backyard on my picnic table, the top of it, so we were all facing the same way, looking up at the clear night sky one evening in the small town that we lived in. We had just left the bar and were chatting about our night and smoking a joint when, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we saw something really big, all black, triangle in shape, with no lights whatsoever on it, appear in the night sky. It was a split second that we all saw it move from one end of the sky to the other, and it covered the stars as it did this. It was absolutely massive, easily the size of a football field. All of us just looked at each other and exclaimed at the same time, "Did you just see that?" It was honestly insane and something that I'll never forget. But then, a few weeks after the incident, I had a very vivid dream that I was on a very cold operating table with what I can only sense as beings that were not human, and they were sort of tickling me each time that they touched me, almost like a faint electrical current. But there were more than one touching me in different places all at one time. It was weird because I could feel their physical touches while asleep, like I was actually there. I wasn't able to see anything while this was going on. I'm pretty sure that I had something over my face, so I couldn't see them or anything around me. However, I didn't feel threatened or scared by them at all, which was a bit strange because, honestly, I probably should have been. The dream ended abruptly and I woke up in my bed, but it seemed so real to me that to this day, I fully believe that maybe I was abducted while asleep so that they could study me. I've not seen the black triangle in the sky since or had any more abduction dreams, thankfully, but it was definitely one of the strangest occurrences for me to date. I'm wondering, though, if anybody else here has had a similar encounter. When I was a kid, I lived in Clinton, Tennessee. Both parents worked full-time, so I was often sent over to stay with my grandparents, who had a plot of land in the vicinity of, but not right in, Mosheim near Greenville. Both of them had been in East Tennessee for their whole lives, and that area for a good many years as well. They had been established at their home for some decades before this story, and remained there a good time after. Recently, I had reason to return to that area after having spent the majority of my adult life in MN. Being in and around the area, driving the same roads made me reminiscent about my lazy summer days tucked away at my grandparents'. I had learned to shoot on the same .22 with which Grandpa had taught Mum, feeding fish at a neighbour's stocked pond, or just spotting deer and bear with binoculars from the back porch. When I relayed this to my mum, she in turn told me a story about a time that I scared my grandpa half to death, then lied about hanging out with Bigfoot. At first, I honestly had no idea what she was talking about, but then I remembered exactly what actually happened with startling clarity. There was some new context given by the experience adulthood provides, I guess. And no, this is not about Bigfoot or a cryptid. But before we start, some information about my grandparents' land. Their house was on a small hill surrounded by a grass lawn. The lawn gave way to a smallish hayfield, then the woodline. These woods lasted for a good half-mile to either side of the home, and a good several miles to the back. I hated the hayfield because it was too pokey to play in, but I liked to hang out in a sort of creek that ran behind it. To get there, I would walk to the edge of the property just in the woodline to avoid the hay, and while at my grandparents', the only rules were that I had to stay where I could see the house, so the house could see me. I was to take a whistle with me anywhere that I went as well. I didn't take the whistle, seeing it as a badge of my regrettable young age, and the best part of the creek was it was out of sight of the house. In fact, that was the only stretch where it got deeper than my knees, and thus the only part where I could swim. Naturally, I spent much of my time in that water, splashing around, skipping stones, and just being a kid. But one day I was playing in the creek when I noticed someone. It was a man, a stranger, on the bank just watching me. He had long hair, a beard, and pale skin, so dirty that it was stained. I couldn't tell his age and simply thought of him as old. I have no better guess now as well, as he clearly went through long years of hard living. He wore no shirt on, no pants, only a wrap of dirty cloth around his waist, and I thought of as a sort of Moses dress at the time, thanks to some illustrated Bible stories I heard growing up. Around his neck, there were multiple necklaces made from knotted tatters of cloth, fiber, and string. In those knots were various pieces of mostly bones, but some flowers and bits of dark glass as well, it seemed. When I first saw him there, I was terrified. I was frozen still. The man, however, was smiling. He gestured from his squat with an outstretched arm, fingers down in a kind of don't stop for me wave. I didn't react at first. I think I was just sort of startled. Then he splashed at me, still smiling. He did it again. I splashed back, and soon we were playing. We both threw water at each other. He jumped into the creek and stomped around with me, laughing all the while. He threw rocks in the water, and so did I. I pushed him, he pushed back. We carried on for some minutes until my grandma called for me. With her voice, a switch had turned off. The man also stopped in his tracks, fixed his gaze toward the house. Then, as my grandma kept on hollering, he looked at me. He crept back to his side of the creek, barely disturbing the water, and then slid into the brush, completely silent the whole time, holding my gaze. Once he was out of sight, I waded in the water until my grandma found me. She wanted to know if I was alone, and I said no. She became very tense, asking who was with me while looking around. I didn't answer because at the time I just didn't know how. Seeing no one, she pulled me back to the house without any more words, gripped like iron the whole time. At the house, the real inquisition began, and I didn't really have new words. The event and this reaction overwhelming my ability to explain, I guess. Such silence further irked my grandma, and I was swiftly placed in a corner, held without bail, awaiting patriarchal judgment. Around an hour later, my grandpa came home from work. He was told about my churlishness and was ready to set into me again when I started talking. I told him about the man, hairy and old, dressed like Moses, about how he played and then he disappeared. I remember they digested this for a few minutes, before sending me to my room. I was honestly happy to go, and happier still when Grandpa didn't yell at me like he usually did when I misbehaved. Later, I was brought out for dinner. I ate in the kitchen with Grandma, but Grandpa called me to the back porch. He was on the swinging bench, looking out over the hayfield turned red by the setting sun. He had kicked off his boots and put them next to his shotgun. I knew that was odd for the gun to be out of the closet. Previously, we had used it to shoot bottles. Some I would actually throw them into the air like they're a clay pigeon or whatever. But these escapades were accompanied with speeches about how the gun was dangerous and only for adults to use. He went through my story again, his tone deadly serious now. Eventually he asked me how hairy was the man, really. I told him very, thinking that this was the right answer. He asked where, and I told him everywhere, like a bear. He ruminated on this, and I grew more nervous, worried I was in trouble or causing trouble, just wanting the trouble, wherever it lay, to end. So when he finally asked me to swear, in the name of Christ or on my mother, that I was telling the truth about everything, I said that I had been joking. He finally yelled, and then sent me back to my room. And after that, the family memory became that I had hid by the creek and made up a tale about Bigfoot. At the time, everybody was upset with me, and I was forbidden from going back to the creek or anywhere out of sight. The enforcement of this rule, like the others, was a bit lackluster. Even so, for a time I didn't go back there. In my memory, I stayed away for a long time, but I am sure that it was only a few days, that hiatus feeling interminable to my elementary aged self. When I did start going to the creek again, I took a bucket of toys, mostly Godzilla stuff, and a thick stick plucked from the woodline on the way. I think that I was conflicted about what to do if the man came back, imagining either impressing him with my toy collection or clubbing him, or both in turn. When he did show back up, he appeared next to me as I dozed under a tree on my side of the creek. I was once again gripped with terror. He was not smiling, his face expressionless as he lurked beside me, having watched for who knows how long before I smelt him. I scrambled away, leaving my stick and toys. Coming to my feet a yard out, I stood in the sun while the man watched me from the shade. Eventually, he crouched and started to look through my bucket. I remember becoming indignant as he examined my toys, one by one, only to toss them into the dirt. It became too much at some point, and I started to lecture the man, telling him about how he got me in trouble, how he was a weirdo, how he stank. At some point, he stopped watching through my things and calmly watched my tirade, face still neutral, eyes analytical. Once I had concluded my lecture, I sat back under the tree to pout, having become hot in the sun. I remember the man made a noise, a grinding kind of snort, and when I looked over at him, he was chuckling while he inspected the last few figures in my bucket. I wanted to laugh too, but was more determined to stay sullen. Once everything was out of the bucket, he put one figure, Ghidorah, back into the bucket. He then stood to his hunched fullest, took the bucket by its handle, began to make his way back into the woods. I stayed by the tree line until he turned, said something, not a word that I knew or know, and gestured with a forward sweep of his hand. At first I didn't comply, despite knowing that he wanted me to follow. After a few moments, he yipped, clicked his teeth, and gestured again more emphatically. With this further prompt, I did get up and come along, the man making improving noises and putting on his smile again. We went into the woods. The man led, but he was naturally quicker and quieter, making it hard to keep up. Eventually, he would stop when he lost me, knocking on the trees with sticks and whistling arrhythmically so that I may find him in the vegetation. He never came back for me, though, opting instead to guide me forward with the noises at this point. And it was at this point that I became lost, having only a vague sense of my grandparents' place being behind me. After some time, maybe 15 minutes, we came to a bold. The man had me wait there, indicated by patting the ground, before going into the tree line alone. He returned from a different direction, pulling a sled. It was made from half of a discarded plastic drum and lined with small pelts and smooth bark, and on the back half, there rested the fly-covered carcass of squirrels, opossums, and other critters savaged into anonymity. On the pulling end, woven pouches were tied into place on it by the same eclectic cordage that made the man's necklaces. He put my bucket on the sled and tossed a Ghidorah in a pouch. He then called me closer with a glottal noise and a beckoning wave. I saw the sled's pouches held many odds and ends: dried salamanders, mushrooms, metal bits, glass fragments. From one, the man pulled a square made from bound-together sticks, just big enough to slip over my wrist. From another, he pulled a piece of fool's gold and a small shard of geode crusted with a sort of bit of purple crystal, it looked like. These he handed to me with an air of business and made a few more utterings of nonsense. He then patted the ground again for me to sit. I did so without much bewilderment, understanding that we had traded, the same as exchanging Pokemon cards at recess. I didn't much miss Ghidorah anyway, as he was a bad guy, but the bucket was a huge loss. In retrospect, I think Ghidorah was chosen because its dull gold scales resembled something valuable. The bucket for its obvious ability to hold things, I guess, but the man came back and gestured for me to follow by slapping his thigh. I did this readily. During the hike back, I tried to keep up and pay attention. I did so moderately well, having to be whistled over a few times, but I did notice that our path was not straight. The man led me one way and then another, making turns unneeded by the lay of the land. We eventually, though, came out by the creek, but from a different approach than we had left. I could hear my grandma calling for me again, not from up on the hill, but from out in the field. The man would not cross the creek at this point, but pushed me to do so. I did, but did not go to my grandma. Instead, I crept back to the house and around to the opposite side. There, I laid in the shrubs by our front door pretending to sleep, and I was found. I swore that I had been there the whole time. When I was sent back to my room, I placed my fool's gold, crystal, and charm in my bedside table for safekeeping. The next day, I went back to the creek to pick up my toys, and the man was not there. However, throughout that summer, he did visit me again, to sit under the tree or throw rocks at the water, or yammer softly to himself. I would bring snacks and candy to share, and he would likewise give me stringy, dried meat, which I ought not to have eaten, I know, or honeysuckle blossoms, which I still would eat, taken from my old bucket. He seldom visited long, and never splashed and whooped like he did on that first meeting. And at this point, you may be wondering why I'm sharing this story. And well, there are two more occasions that I wanted to account. One absolutely gruesome, and the other was awful. So the eventful one occurred near the 4th of July. I had brought 2 boxes of bang snaps to the creek. The man was initially wary of the little fireworks, but quickly came to appreciate their miniature pyrotechnics. He took the box that I gave him gratefully, even taking the empty box, likely for the wood shavings, which are excellent tinder. But during the use of the bang snaps, I had scared a turtle into the water and to the opposite bank. It sat there watching us from the far shore. The man, after stowing the bang snaps into the bucket, noticed the turtle. With little thought, he scooped up a smooth stone and threw it with force and accuracy into the turtle. He then waded over to retrieve the slider, which struggled meekly in his grasp, one leg knocked clean off. On my side of the river, he took from the bucket a new piece of stone. One side was rounded and fit into his hand. The other came to a sort of flinty cutting edge. Working with deft experience, the man began chopping the live turtle above its neck, pulling up on the shell top. The thing struggled and bled as it was bisected, the dome eventually coming free. The turtle dropped eventually, to mingle everything with the dirt and the sand. The man rinsed the shell in the river, then offered it to me. In wordless horror, I just ran. That evening, I came back to shuffle the dead turtle into the flowing waters of the creek. The shell itself was nowhere to be found. This experience did not deter me from going to the creek, or the man from visiting again. However, sometimes he would try to call me away from the creek with thumps and whistles. I would tell him that I heard him and refused to move. On some occasions, he would join me, on others he would leave. The last time that we met, we were sitting under the tree sharing cowtails, and from the woods, there came some whistling and the staccato knocking of a woodpecker. The man looked up and whistled back. There were a few more such exchanges before he stood, collected his bucket, and beckoned for me to follow. I was curious and felt comfortable with the man as a guide, so I did as asked. He took me back to the bald, a direct path this time, periodically stopping to call or respond to the other in the wood. And waiting for us at the bald was a woman and a child. The woman was dressed the same as the man, topless, wrapped at the waist. She was dirty with long hair and a wiry frame. The child was in a similar state, wearing a sack that went to their knees. The man sat on the ground and the woman joined him, sitting in his lap sort of partly but leaning forward so that her elbows rested on her crossed knees. She had dark brown eyes that were fixed on me. The other child would not look up. I didn't know what to do. I didn't speak. The other kid lifted their sack to wipe at their nose, and I learned under all that dirt that it was a her. The man then made a noise and drummed on the woman's bare back. The kid looked at him, still hanging her head, hair covering her face. The woman yammered and swatted at the girl lazily, the man echoing her noises, slapping skin to skin once more. At this bizarre scene, the girl approached me, stopping close enough that I could smell her and hear her wheezing breath. She was thin but not emaciated, and slightly taller than me, should she have straightened up. The man and the woman fussed some more. Then the girl leaned close to me and pressed her cheek to mine. Her hair was in between us, greasy and cold. She made no move to embrace me, no move at all, only pressing limply against me and breathing so loud now that it was all that I could hear. During this time, the woman had approached. She pulled the girl back by her shoulder with one hand and delivered a flurry of slaps to the crown of the girl's head. The woman then gathered the girl's hair in one hand, using the other to sweep back her bangs. The girl was then made to look at me, face bare. One side of her jaw was bulged out, smooth skin over a lemon-shaped bump. Her mouth was twisted by this deformity. Her nose faced to one side as if affixed sideways and leaked a trail of clear snot. One eye was bulged and sort of roomy, the other startlingly regular. It looked at me, blank and dark brown. The woman gave the girl's head a little shake, spat off to the side, then cooed like a dove as she smiled at me. At that, I'd had enough, and I ran. There was commotion behind me. I think the girl was pushed to the ground, but I didn't look back and they didn't pursue. My flight ended at my grandparents' house, my absence unnoticed. I chose not to tell anyone what happened, wanting to just forget it, I guess, not wanting to get into trouble either, not thinking about the girl, the couple, what was intended for me. I just spent that August inside whenever I visited my grandparents. I begged not to be taken, claiming that it was boring and lonely. Sometimes when I sat on the porch or went from the car to the house, I'd catch a snippet of a bird call in the wind, or the distant tapping of wood, and I would always hurry inside. My grandma, though, could tell that something was wrong, and made an effort to entertain me in town. My grandpa cared in his own way, involving me in errands as he never had before. Eventually school started, classes and friends eased me away from the thoughts of the dirty man or the people in the clearing, and time must have done the rest. I think now that all of the people in the clearing were of a family, I guess, but their features, white skin, brown eyes, brown hair, are common enough that they all could have been unrelated, I guess. I'm sure that they lived together, though. They knew each other's signs and signals. They even used their own words. I know that the Smokies are full of tales of feral people, wild men, and superstition. I also know that they are full of people living in unlikely ways in unlikely places, and that those real people call others kin, and that through the chain of human connection, even a recluse living in a rundown shack is someone's somebody. I guess, though, that I'm asking if people in my story are somebody's someone, or if they may be known, or if their behavior rings any bells, bellies, any known intention. I figured that here, where the tale would not be discounted immediately out of hand, this might be the right place to ask some people. So, if you have any thoughts about this, then I would love to hear them. And thanks for listening. I still think about this every now and then. When I was in 3rd grade, I had a friend named Rebecca. She had transferred to my school because she moved around a lot from foster home to foster home, so I didn't plan on creating a tight bond with her because I knew that she would have had to move eventually. Throughout the school year, she was my only friend though. She was somebody who truly understood me. I never felt understood until I met Rebecca, in fact. She was the first person to introduce me to the paranormal whenever I would spend the night at her house. She would always tell me scary stories in the dark as she would shine a flashlight over her face. I really didn't believe the scary story she told me until, well, this one particular night. So we had just went to dinner and a movie with her parents. When I would spend the night, we would have a bedtime, and it was 8 p.m, exactly on the dot. But Rebecca and I never followed that rule. Whenever we knew her parents went to sleep, we would go downstairs and watch some TV in the living room. So we did that one particular night. And as we sat on the couch, she started telling me that she would see this man and his dog every single night. He usually minded his own business and didn't speak. He would just wander around the house with his dog. Obviously, I was skeptical, but as the night went on, I thought to myself that Rebecca was lying to me, just trying to scare me. You know how elementary schoolers are. They often have a bad habit of lying. But as we sat there on the couch watching TV, I looked behind me, and sure enough, there was this man with his dog going up the staircase. The man had a top hat and a tuxedo on, and his dog was what looked like to be a golden retriever of sorts. Rebecca didn't have a scared look on her face like I did. I remember being so scared that I had to sleep in my mum's room for a couple of weeks after it, because the whole thing just really shook me. I never did keep in touch with Rebecca after she moved, but I hope she's doing well. My husband works at the Oregon State Hospital, a facility infamous for its past treatment of mental illness, and where the classic film One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest was shot. Despite its dark past, the facility had become a place of healing for many individuals suffering from mental illness. However, as with many older buildings, a portion of the asylum was scheduled to be demolished. As part of his cleaning duties, my husband ventured into the abandoned portion of the building, which had been devoid of any human activity for a considerable length of time by this point. As he worked, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. During his lunch break, he decided to call me to check in. I answered the phone, and I could hear what sounded like people talking in the distance. However, the voices were muffled and indistinct. He sounded distracted and didn't seem to be listening to anything that I was saying. Irritated, I sort of snapped at him and asked if he was calling to talk to me or them. My husband was confused and quickly replied that he was alone in the building. My heart sank as I realized that something just wasn't right. There was a panic in his voice too that I had never heard before in our 19 years of marriage. After that experience, my husband was understandably shaken, but he continued to work at the asylum. He never had any other experiences like that again, but the memory of that day still very much creeps us out. I lived in this house for about 7 years and I have a lot of stories, so I apologize if this is a little bit long. I've tried to structure it in a chronological sense, as best as I can anyway. But for some background info, this is in a small town in central Texas. The house is a 1-story, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, with a front and back living room, a nice sized backyard, with a palm tree, gazebo, and a shed converted into a bar. It was right across the street from a Catholic church, cemetery, and after we moved out, we found out that the property used to be an orphanage in the 1960s, that shut down because before that, it was a funeral home with a crematorium that the orphanage was using to dispose of the bodies of the malnourished and abused children living there. We, me and my immediate family, were initially hired to clean up the house after the previous tenant trashed it. By trashed, I mean absolutely trashed it too. The carpet, when we cleaned it, was a light beige color, but it started out black. There were human-sized holes in the walls as if someone was slammed repeatedly all through the house. Dead chickens and other animals were all over the floor, along with black candles, pentagrams on the walls and floor, and some mystery blood smeared on the back closet of the master bedroom as well. How did we feel comfortable enough moving in after we found all of that? Well, when it was cleaned up, it was a really nice place, and the rent was only $450 a month. We should have known just based off of the low rent, but I digress. So, the first incident. It was our first day in the house. I had most of my stuff in already, so my parents told me to wait at the new house while they went to our old house with my siblings to get some more stuff and all that. I decided to take a nap after putting a few things on my dresser. In the center of the dresser, I put a Mary candle my mum had given me. Might be important to note too that the most satanic stuff was found in the master bedroom that had a walk-in closet, a dressing room, and its own bathroom. This room became my room because everybody else was too scared to even set foot in it, including my parents. The whole 7 years that we lived there, the only time anybody else but me set foot in that room was before we moved in while we were cleaning the house. My little brother got the middle room, and my little sister got the room next to his at the end of the hall, next to the other bathroom, and my parents opted to turn the back living room into their bedroom. So after arranging my stuff on the dresser, I laid on my bed to take a nap while waiting for my family to return with more stuff. When not 2 minutes after I shut my eyes, the candle slid off the right side of the dresser to the floor with a thud. I was a little bit freaked out, but as I was by myself, I tried not to let it get to me too much, rationalizing it, saying that it was the wind or my dresser is crooked or slanted or something. I checked the dresser by pulling it away from the wall a smidge and putting a ball in the center to see if it rolled, and it didn't. Then I checked all the doors and the windows to make sure that there wasn't a drafter or anything like that. I put the candle back in the center and I laid back down. When, not even a minute or so after, I shut my eyes, the candle slid off the left side this time, like someone was sliding it and it fell. I literally said nope, and I ran outside and waited on the porch until my family got back. When they questioned why I was outside because it was summer and Texas is really hot in the summer, I replied that I wanted some fresh air and sun, trying to play it off so that they wouldn't think that I was crazy. Now, the second incident, this was after we had been living there for a few months. I was asleep in my room with the door open because it made me feel better, and the rest of my immediate family were gathered in my sister's room down the hall, telling each other ghost stories as it was close to Halloween at this point. My mum said something along the lines of, "You all better stop telling that stuff before something happens." And right after she said that, my door slammed shut with so much force that it shook the entire house. I instantly started screaming. Side note too, when I was younger, I used to sleep talk or walk a lot, especially if there was paranormal activity in the house, as this wasn't the last time that we lived in a haunted house, unfortunately. My mum urged my stepdad to go and check on me, but he just said, "You go and check on her." So eventually they both came to check on me, and they said that once they opened the door, they saw me sitting up in my bed with my eyes open but glassy and not focused on anything. And apparently I kept saying, "Get off of me, help." They were too scared to enter the room, so from the door they switched on the light and said, "Get out." At that moment, they said that a black sort of cloud seemed to lift off of me, and I fell back in the bed with my eyes closed, fast asleep. I don't remember any of that, but what I do remember is waking up and them freaking out. But they freaked out and left me there because apparently they were too scared and told me about it in the morning. I knew that they weren't lying too, because the dream that I had the night before matched up with what they were saying, and they both sort of looked kind of pale when they were telling me. So they were scared and they just left me in there apparently. I'll probably end up sharing a part 2 later, as there's a lot more, but any additional information needed or any questions, please do ask below, as I'm happy to share more. I think that I was somewhere between 10 and 12 when this happened, but I do remember it pretty well. So I was very adventurous as a kid, still am now to be honest. I was always outside, wasn't at my house too much, especially around this time as my parents were going through a divorce and everything was about them and us children were somewhat neglected. We lived in a really nice suburban neighborhood though that had a lot of trees and curvy, hilly, windy blocks that were quite a lot of square miles, really big, maybe 100 or so, but I could be way off. Basically, we had a lot of space to explore though, is what I'm getting at. I was with my 4 friends during the summer. Middle of the day, we were walking back to go to someone's house after playing some baseball or something. 2 of us had scooters and went ahead of us a little ways, and 2 of us were walking, trailing behind. At one point, our scooter friends get to the end of the block and turn around to wait for us slowpokes just walking. And I remember getting a really strange feeling, but at the time I didn't really know up from down, so I barely recognized it. They're both looking back at us, kind of concerned, which I think triggered that feeling. But then one of them shouts, "Guys, run!" I look at my friend like, why would they want us to run right now? He says it again with more force and gave me a slight fright, "Run." So I thought, alright. We start running full speed towards them. It really wasn't that far away, maybe 100 feet, and stopped when we got to them. Why did you want us to run? Apparently, a car drove by us slower than normal with purple-tinted windows and turned around the corner and disappeared. And that car had slowed down and was pulling over, and someone had opened one of the doors, and my friend said that they could see someone there, like they were getting ready to try and grab us. I don't remember seeing that part happen, but I do remember the very eerie vibe of the car, so I'm fairly certain that they weren't lying. I thought that I remembered that same car parked in a nearby driveway at one point, like maybe they lived there and it was their lot, but I was never sure if it was that exact car or not. In any case, having good friends like this that look out for you, it may just save your life, like perhaps it did mine. I'm 19 years old and living far from home in a studio room. I'm often up late, and last week I was just doing some laundry at around 11 PM-ish when I saw a man sitting in the lobby. I saw him around a bit at night, but I didn't think much of it. Anyway, I'm in the laundry room. I just put my clothes in the dryer, I think, and I hear the laundry room door beeping, which meant that someone was coming in. There was the man, standing there with no clothes to wash, just sort of staring at me. I maneuvered around him and headed to the lifts. He followed me quickly and cornered me and asked for my Snapchat. I was tired and I just wanted to get back to my room, so I stupidly gave it to him. I figured that he'd message and try and flirt a bit, and I'd say, "I have a boyfriend. Sorry if you thought that this was anything else," and that would be the end of it. I'm about 5'4" with very long red hair, and I'm half Indian and English with Afghanistani descent, so I'm white passing, I guess, but kind of exotic. But people tend to stare at me a bit because I look a bit different. Anyway, he starts messaging me. It's kind of normal, but Then he starts saying weird stuff like, I saw you a month ago and I was impressed. I've been visiting a friend and staying here, and I've been watching you. I noticed that you come out mostly at night. He told me that he was Saudi Arabian and only visiting for 5 more days. But then it gets worse. He then says, I love you, I can't help it. And then I say I have a boyfriend, and he says, I only want you, and continues to completely ignore that. He asks to come to my room, and I said no. Then apparently he wanted a hug. He asked me if I lived alone and if I was a virgin. He kept saying that he loved me and that I was perfect for him, that I impressed him. At that point, I recorded all the messages on Snapchat, spoke to him a little bit more to gather evidence, so that He jumped into the creek and stomped. I could take it to the reception in the morning, because apparently he's been watching me for a month. I got my guy friend who lives on the second floor to walk me down to the laundry room too. We sat in the student lounge area, and my friend calmed me down. I was shaking with adrenaline and fear at this point, but we saw him around the laundry room again looking for me, but luckily I'd already picked it up. I ran back to my room, and my friend says that I can stay in his room, but I said that it's okay, I'll just lock my door. Then it's about 1 a.m. and I hear someone outside of my room trying to get in by sort of fiddling with the doorknob. I asked my friend if he was outside of my room, and he messaged back, no. And at that, I just froze. I didn't want to make a sound, but I felt sick in my stomach and completely helpless. Thankfully, eventually it stopped, and whoever it was, they must have left. In the morning, I reported this to the reception, and then I went to stay a few days with my boyfriend. Then after that, I went to London to visit a friend, and last night was the first time that I'd spent a night in my room since this happened. But I'm very paranoid now. Sadly, I should probably be used to this, but yeah, it is what it is. It's not the first time that I've been harassed like this. In fact, one guy tried to kiss me in a club by grabbing my head, and a bunch of other things have happened that I won't get into here. But anyway, I'm pretty afraid to go outside of my room after dark. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder and feeling paranoid. I just keep blaming myself for being too nice, and I know it's my long thick hair that attracts people's eyes to me. I just want to cut it all off at this point. But has anybody else had a similar experience, and how did you deal with it? Reception still hasn't updated me on if he's still in the building, so I think I'll go and talk to them in the morning and see how everything is going. The afterlife, spirits, and the paranormal have always intrigued me. My husband and I love to watch basically anything paranormal related, and like anyone too who watches these types of shows, I did begin to wonder what was real and what's staged. We always talked about wanting to go on some sort of a ghost hunt, but as for my husband, he's always been a bit of a skeptic. He's one of those I need to see it to believe it kind of people. So, for my husband's birthday in July, I bought us 2 tickets to a public investigation at a place called Hillview Manor, located in Newcastle, Pennsylvania. It's a place known for its paranormal activity. The tickets that I bought included a tour of the building, and then after the tour, you are able to go off on your own to investigate as well. The time slot for this investigation is from 7 PM until 4 AM. If you would like to read about the history on this place more, then you can also find them online at Haunted Hillview. Now, everyone thought that we were crazy for wanting to do this, especially overnight for 9 hours, but it's just something that we've always been interested in experiencing on our own. So, we arrived at 6:30, and there were maybe 3 other small groups there to investigate as well. One of these groups takes this kind of thing very seriously and brought a ton of equipment. Here we were with our little backpack that had a few flashlights, a voice recorder, snacks, drinks, and extra batteries. We walked into the building nonetheless, and it just felt creepy right from the beginning. Maybe because we knew it was haunted, or because it just smelled musty and old from being unused for so many years. The building has no electricity, other than a few lights in the bathroom and the exit signs lighting the hallways. It's structural code for being able to have investigators and visitors in the building. But after all the investigators arrive, the people who work there give us a tour and backstory of the Hillview Manor and its most active rooms. This building has three floors, really long hallways, and many rooms, as it was once used as a home for the elderly, poor, and the crazy. But not only were there suicides and murders here too, but also many other stories of the residents and activity throughout the property. During the tour though, my husband realized that he did not care for the third floor. He didn't really have a reason for it, he just didn't like the way it made him feel. With him being a skeptic, I found this quite amusing if I'm being honest. And I didn't witness anything out of the ordinary while we walked around with the tour guides. I asked my husband if he saw or felt anything, and he said that he would tell me after the tour. After we were finished with the walkthrough of the building, my husband pulled me aside and said that during the tour, he just kept feeling like something was touching him on his arm. It happened once in one of the rooms and again in the chapel, and he said it almost felt like cobwebs rubbing his arm, but every time he went to grab it to pull it away, there was nothing there. This creeped him out a bit, obviously, but after everyone regrouped in the front room, we were able to start investigating on our own. Now, we have never done anything like this before, so we just kind of walked off, just the two of us with a voice recorder, flashlights, and EMP in hand, acting like we knew what we were doing. We walked the halls and climbed the stairs to the third floor, the floor my husband really did not want to go back to, but I figured that we should just start there and get it over with while it was still light out. We didn't last long up there though, because, like I said, my husband just did not care for it. After leaving the third floor, we visited other rooms in other portions of the building and tried to record a few sessions. We never experienced anything the entire time, and I did a lot of talking. I was always respectful and just tried to say hello and talk with whatever may have wanted to communicate back. My husband didn't talk much, and he finally admitted that he was kind of scared, which was amusing. As it started to get late though, we began to realize just how dark this building really was. It was kind of freaky, and we usually aren't afraid of the dark, but when you're thrown into a setting that is supposed to have spirits and paranormal activity, you tend to panic a little bit. But to shorten this up, I'm going to fast forward through a little bit. But keep in mind though that during this time, we haven't experienced anything. So after we realized that we were too chicken to keep investigating on our own, we decided to find somebody else to tag along with. We found another group of two to team up with, and I mean, who doesn't feel safer in a group, right? This other team has done some paranormal investigations before, with this being the sixth one. And so we stuck together throughout the rest of the night, investigating mainly the first and the second floors. Around 11 PM, we end up in the atrium on the first floor. This is where the residents would hang out, play the organ, checkers, or watch TV. We held up an EVP session for a while in there and decided to move on since we weren't getting much. At this point, I was getting kind of bored because I haven't seen, heard, or felt one damn thing all night. We walked out of the atrium and down the hallway. They call this area 1 North. From what I've read, and I'm not sure just how true this statement is, but it was the combative unit. During the tour, one of the guides admitted that she did not like this hallway, and the end of the hallway furthest away from the atrium especially. She said that she just gets a bad feeling there. It's a hallway with patient rooms and a nurse's station, and we stopped at the nurse's station to record for a little bit, but again, nothing. So we moved a little further down the hall past the station. We stayed in this area for a good 15 minutes or so, with not much going on other than hearing slight shuffling at the end of the hallway towards the atrium. We laughed about it and said, of course now we're hearing stuff in the area that we just came from. And at this point, we turned off all the devices and got ready to move on. Mike, one of the others that we had met up with, needed to charge his cell phone, so he knelt down to pull a portable charger out of his bag. And here is where things got real. So after no activity all night, I literally cannot believe what is about to happen to us. It is 11:30 PM now, and my husband and I are standing on the left side of the hall with Mike and Jenny on the right side. Think of it like a hospital hallway, kind of. And while waiting for Mike to finish plugging his phone into his portable charger, we all begin hearing heavy footsteps starting near the nurse's station. These footsteps grew louder, heavier, and closer as this thing started running towards us. But not only that, the walls and the floor shook with every footstep that this thing took. It ran so fast and so hard down this hallway at us that before we knew it, it was between and through all of us. And just an immediate rush of electricity is the only way I can describe it, ran through my entire body. Screams of absolute fear escaped each and every one of us, and I've never heard my husband scream that way that he did that night. He's a tough guy, so to hear him get startled by anything was just crazy to me. I was backed into the wall of the hallway, my husband tripped over his feet and fell backwards, Jenny fell into the room behind her, and Mike stayed crouched down where he was still trying to plug in his phone. It all just happened so fast, but it was so real and so scary. It was at this stage too that my husband started yelling, "Okay, we're leaving, enough." We immediately ran to the office, which thankfully was not very far away. We walked through the office doors and I just completely lost it. I fell to my knees bawling and shaking, and I was wearing my Apple Watch at the time and received a notification that my heart rate was way too high. I later checked this to see what the alert was for, and in just 2 minutes, my heart rate jumped from 120 to 180 plus BPM. I knew that they had surveillance cameras, and I told them that they needed to rewind the footage right now and show me what the hell that was. Unfortunately, we saw nothing at all on this video. All 4 of us experienced the same damn thing, but how there was nothing visible on the video, I'll never know. It figures, though, that we all turned our devices off since we were getting ready to move on. How would anyone believe us without audio proof, right? If we heard it and felt it, the audio devices surely would have picked it up too. But it was just so forceful, almost like a train rushing between all of us. Whatever it was, I didn't get a good feeling from it. It elicited just so much fear from me. I don't know if it was because I was so scared from this thing running at us so quickly and unexpectedly in the dark, or maybe because it really was just a bad thing. After viewing the video and trying to calm myself down the best that I could though, I wanted to get away from this place pretty much ASAP. After my husband and I told the spirits that they did not have permission to come home with us, we left. 4 hours before our scheduled time, in fact. It was an 1.5-hour drive home. My adrenaline was so bad that I could hardly breathe. Luckily, my husband was well enough to drive and we got home, and of course I just couldn't sleep. I was terrified and I just couldn't be in the dark at that stage, and I was sick to my stomach to the point that I was heaving over the toilet all night. I couldn't eat or drink, and I was gagging on everything that I tried to put into my mouth to eat. The next night, I had a friend bring me some sage so that I could cleanse my house and myself too, and my mind was just all over the place because my biggest fear was that something may have followed me home. Everyone assured me that if something was attached to me, my kids and dogs would know. I ended up not eating for 4 days and not sleeping. I felt sick to my stomach and depressed, and I lost about 10 pounds in 4 days. I was scared to be alone, and I begged my husband to stay home from work. My dogs would run down the hallway in our house, and I would have some form of a PTSD episode or something, because them running would remind me of the feeling of that spirit charging down the hallway through us, feeling the footsteps in the walls and the floor, and loud noises startled me too. I didn't want to be around my kids, my husband, or anybody. I just wanted to kind of be left alone, but with people around, if that makes sense. My anxiety was so bad that I was willing to do anything to help me feel better. I even had people bringing me Valium, which I ended up not using per my husband's requests, and essential oils as well. Crystals in the water, and I even thought about having the house blessed. I just didn't want to go on in life knowing what I knew now, because it scared the absolute crap out of me. I honestly wish that I never found out just how real the paranormal really was. I wanted to go back to how I was before having this experience. I cried every day wishing that I could just feel like myself again, and I began to wonder about what really happens after you die. If spirits were real, and who's to say that heaven, hell, God and the devil, aliens and UFOs for that matter, weren't real too. I would lay in bed wide awake all night, freaking myself out while listening to every creak of my settling home, mad at my husband for being able to sleep so soundly while I was unable to sleep until I felt safe enough after the sun came up. I did a lot of reading on the internet after this incident, and I figured out that what I was suffering from was severe panic and anxiety due to trauma. Some people experience trauma after a car accident, a natural disaster, an intruder, but this was my trauma, a paranormal experience. Sounds crazy, right? I know, but how would I have ever been able to go and talk to someone if I needed to? Without sounding nuts, that is. Fast forward 3 months though, and here I am, almost normal again, still afraid of the dark, I won't lie. I begin to panic if I'm left in a dark room for too long while I'm searching for a light switch, like I'm going to see or feel something or someone until I get the lights on. I'm finally, and thankfully, sleeping through the night. It took me a while to get where I am, but I'm very thankful that I'm healing with every day that passes. After this experience too, I totally respect the spirit world even more than I did before, and I'll never barge into their space again like that. To this day, I still can't believe how bad the experience messed me up and how sick it made me afterwards as well. I'm forever going to wonder why this spirit chose our group that night. Why was I the only one that felt the way that I did after this experience, and who was it, and what was their purpose? The people who worked there were really intrigued as well, saying nothing like that has ever happened in the many times people have visited and investigated there. And I would be curious to find out if it ever happened again. When I was young, I grew up on the outskirts of a small town in the Midwest, close to the Great Lakes. The town had a population of about 8,000 at the time, and was established in 1833. We lived well outside of town, in an area that was mostly either forest or farmland. There was a small trailer park fairly close on the other side of the railroad tracks, built on a sort of raised mound, so high that you couldn't even see the trailer park from the second floor of our house. But to give you an idea of just how remote we were, the half-of-a-mile stretch in the other direction only had 3 other houses total, and only on one side of the road as well. After that, there was a 2.5 stretch of pretty much nothing but trees or crops before you reached the town proper. At that time, I would have called the farmhouse that we lived in a mansion, but I was very small. We lived there for about 5 years, moving in at about the time that I just entered kindergarten. In retrospect, and looking at it on Google Street View now, it was a fairly small farmhouse, probably built in the early 1900s. While this isn't directly related to the events that I'll later tell you, it occurs to me that it might be relevant, so I'm going to include it. So we owned 6 acres of land, and even then I knew I was fortunate to have so much room to explore and play in. The property was much longer than it was wide too. The house sat fairly close to the road, and the mass of the land that had been cleared I now assumed to be used as farmland for crops. There was also a ring of trees around the perimeter, and a well-worn walking path adjacent to that ring of trees. Outside of a very small grove of apple trees directly next to the house, towards the front of the property, the rest of the land was an empty field full of just tall weeds. So, while I spent most of my time playing in and exploring the closest half of the property, I would never really go back in the back acres alone. The stretch of the trees to the north didn't bother me, nor did the patch of trees in thick forest to the northwest. The patch to the southwest, however, for whatever reason, just terrified me. I would never go anywhere near it alone, and even if I ventured that far with friends or adults, it made me extremely uncomfortable being near that forested sort of corner there. I occasionally still have nightmares about that patch, and for whatever reason, it just freaked me out. Closer to the house, right at the start of the path to the back acres, was a massive woodpile that I spent a good deal of my time playing in. It was easily 5 feet tall, if not 6 feet, as tall as, if not taller than an adult, and I'm pretty sure larger than our house as well. It was composed of irregular shaped planks that were made by cutting the slightly rounded edges off of a tree. I'm no woodcutter by any means, nor do I know the process, but it always hit me as odd that that much timber was just left behind like that. While the planks were too rounded and irregular in shape to be used for construction, that much I could see. It seemed like a lot of timber that could have been ground up to make particle board or something. I assumed the woodpile was the byproduct of clearing the land for farmland or whatever. Again, I'm no woodcutter, but I will mention that there were no tree trucks to be seen, nor were there any stumps left in the woodpile. They obviously must have been pulled up in the clearing process, but no idea what happened to them or why they were hauled off while the irregular planks were left to rot like that. I can only assume that this mini sort of logging operation had happened a number of years before, probably even decades. The planks were extremely old, whatever the case, and weathered from the elements and very, very brittle. Even though many had sections as thick as 2x4s, they were prone to breaking under the weight of my small frame, and if I put my mind to it, I was capable of breaking them in half with my 5 to 10-year-old strength. Now, I only bring all of this up to establish that the land was not being used for what it was intended to be. In fact, pulling it up on Google Maps, to this day, those 6 acres are still not used for farming, even though nearly all of the surrounding plots now are. The house, though, was completely square. On the bottom floor, half was divided between a dining room and a front room. The other half split between a master bedroom, with remaining space divided between the kitchen and the 2 flights of stairs. One of which led down to an entryway, which included another flight of stairs down to the basement, and the other leading upstairs. I don't think it was ever remodeled. I think the upstairs was designed to basically be a livable attic. You went up half a flight of stairs to a small landing, then had to turn 180 degrees to another half a flight of stairs that led up to a sort of long alcove. From the alcove, you had 2 doors on either side, one to a small bedroom and one to a slightly large L-shaped bedroom. Both bedrooms were equipped with 2 insanely large walk-in closet storage areas. They sloped due to the roof, but they were large enough that my older brother used one as his bedroom, so he had enough space for couches in his bedroom, proper to hang out with his friends and all that. The slightly larger bedroom, that eventually became mine, was large enough to fit 2 double beds in comfortably, plus a large chest of drawers and plenty of floor space to play in. Closets are scary when you're a kid, large ones even more so. Mine was large enough to fit every conceivable monster my mind could imagine in it. More than enough room for Dracula, a Wolfman, the Boogeyman, and plenty of room for a Bigfoot or 2. My parents, they weren't much for the mollycoddling, and I was expected to go to bed by myself every night. Now, there was a small window on the stairway landing that allowed some light from the yard security light, but when you made that 180 turn, you were staring at a flight of stairs leading up to the pitch darkness where the next light switch could be found. I'm not too proud to admit it, but most nights I made that ascent crying in fear. I also have a large family, but my siblings were all much older, and every year saw another one striking out on their own, and the number of those of us dwelling there getting consistently smaller. One might come back to visit or stay briefly when times were tough, but we went from like 6 when we first moved in to eventually 2 to 4. My father traveled for work, and my older teenager brother spent most of his time out running around. So, by the time that I was 9, most nights it was just me and my mum. Putting this as politely as I can as well, my closest brother was much older than me, a high school jock and, well, kind of an idiot. Even for brothers, I can't say our relationship was good at that point. Most of our interactions went between him ignoring me to tormenting me for his own amusement. I tended to avoid him as much as possible because our time spent together was never enjoyable and usually ended with me crying and our mum screaming, "Leave your brother alone." Now, honestly, I still have almost no idea when this happened. I couldn't tell you what season, and only slightly comfortable in guessing it was probably about the time I was 8, maybe barely after I turned 9 years old. The only thing that I can say for certain is that my father was away on business at the time, And while I'd shared my bedroom with my older sister for the first few years, she'd moved out and I had the bedroom to myself. Now, old houses creak, but they creak and moan as they settle. Most nights I'd lay in bed terrified, listening to these sounds, trying to convince myself that it wasn't a monster coming to get me. Eventually a train would pass by, and the motion of it shaking the house would always put me to sleep, which is a bit weird, right? So I assume it was a night like any other. If I'd seen a scary movie or read a horror story, I would walk up the stairs in fear and lay in bed listening to every small noise, wondering what it was until a train rocked me to sleep. Barring a nightmare, I almost never woke up in the middle of the night, usually sleeping until the sun came up or my mum woke me up, whichever came first. I didn't have an alarm clock, and I have no memory of there ever being a clock in that room. Total stab in the dark, but sometime after midnight, I was awoken to a sound outside of my bedroom door, in that little alcove that I'd mentioned before. I'd have to say that I was a fairly sound sleeper back then, because I don't ever remember being woken up by my brother coming home, or any other sound for that matter. But for whatever reason, this time, I was woken up by a very slow, very long creak of the floorboards. The first immediate thought was that it was the house settling, and I turned over to go back to sleep, but this time it didn't stop. There were no sound of footsteps, and each creak just sort of took forever. I wasn't actually scared at first, just sort of curious, trying to figure out what it was. But then there was way more noise than the house would make. But if it was someone out there, they were moving just insanely slow. No sound of footfall. If there was someone, they'd just about have to be barefooted or in socks maybe. Just the slow sound of one floorboard groaning in protest of pressure, followed painfully slowly by another floorboard groaning in relief as pressure was removed. At that, I sat up in bed, just listening and arguing with myself. Something has to be there. There's no way anyone is there, though. It must be the house making noises. It was so slow that it wasn't even scaring me, I guess. I was just listening to it intently. It went on forever as well. Easily 20 or more minutes. Long enough that eventually I was convinced that it sounded nothing like maybe my brother creeping home late and trying not to wake anyone up, or even someone breaking in and trying to steal things in the dark without making a sound. It seemed very much like the sound of something, though, pacing very slowly, back and forth directly in front of my door. The noise would very slowly move left for a while, and then oh so slowly move back in the opposite direction, like it had no destination in mind. Eventually I was convinced, okay, this is absolutely not my imagination. Someone has to be there, and I suspected my brother was trying to scare me or whatever. I went to call his name and found my voice frozen in my throat. My mother was sleeping directly below me and could absolutely hear me if I screamed, and if it was my brother pranking me, yelling would definitely put an end to it. But I don't know, I've just never felt such terror in my life at just the thought of yelling. At that age, yelling chases everything bad away and brings your mother to your rescue. But all I felt was pure dread at the thought of releasing a scream. And then I heard the sound of the doorknob moving, and any doubt that I wasn't alone was immediately erased. I dove under the covers and balled myself up. Just like the creaking, the sound at the door was painfully slow, like a 3-year-old trying to open a door, unable to get a good grip. I could hear it turning slightly, then stopping, an attempt at turning and then release again, just forever as well. I had a mental image of my brother in a sheet trying to scare me, but even at the time, it just seemed so weird. I mean, why was he doing it anyway? Like, I could see him pretending a few minutes, wandering in the alcove, moaning like a ghost at the top of his lungs until he was sure that I was awake, then jumping on the bed to make me cry and laugh at me. But this style of dramatics seemed unnecessary and really unlike him. After easily a dozen clumsy attempts, the doorknob was finally turned enough to open the door, just barely. I could now hear the door barely moving away from the frame, not nearly far enough for anything to fit through, and now came the sound of something pushing on the door without enough force to open it. The door would sort of creak slightly, open a bit, then fall backwards to a near closed position over and over again. And like everything else up to this point, whatever it was, it took forever. Me shaking under the blanket the whole time, mind you. Even allowing for a child's perception of time, I can say with confidence that we were at easily the 30-minute mark at this point. Probably much, much longer. Minimum of 30 minutes from the first time that I heard the creaking of the floorboards outside of my room, to the time that the door was finally pushed with enough force to finally swing completely open. And that was when the groaning started. Let me stress that this was not the high-pitched, ooh, sort of stereotypical look at me pretending to be a ghost moaning sound. This was sporadic, an elderly person trying to get out of bed sort of groaning. When the door opened, I was expecting or hoping for the grand finale of my brother running around, making ghost noises at the top of his lungs. But what I got was a continuation of the slow creeping on floorboards towards my bed, now accompanied by what I can only describe as a low groan. Like everything else so far as well, it was insanely stretched out and was just painful waiting for what was going to happen next. By this point, I was completely balled into the fetal position, trying my best not even to cry or breathe, terrified to make even the slightest sound. Spoiler too, this went on for hours. I'm finally aware time moves slower for kids, but this would extend until just shy of dawn. So even if it started as late as 3 in the morning during the summer, when nights are shortest, and I'm pretty sure it didn't happen in the summer, I don't remember feeling overheated under the blankets or anything. We're still looking at least 2 or 3 hours minimum. In any case, the entity, or whatever it was, circles the bed in what felt like forever, and somewhere I guess about an hour in, it began touching me. I could feel a barely there brush that would eventually really slowly become a very light poke. At this point, I was absolutely petrified. I lay there feeling this for an hour at least, and somewhere before dawn, all of a sudden, everything just stopped. While I allow for my eventually falling asleep, I just cannot imagine sleep taking me when I was so frozen with fear and quivering violently, and I don't remember falling asleep either. Whatever it was, it just stopped. The touching and poking came at a snail's pace, and when I went 5 minutes without being touched, it honestly felt like it was just looming over me. I never did hear the sound of leaving. No slow departure, no creaking of floorboards, nothing. It just stopped. I waited until the room was completely illuminated, not even feeling safe to come out from under the covers when I could tell the sun was breaking, and scrambled down the stairs as quickly as I could to tell my mum exactly what happened. I'm fairly certain that it was a Sunday morning when this happened as well. Didn't have to go to school that day and wasn't worried about watching cartoons or whatever, and started babbling to my mum about seeing a ghost. She was irritated. She didn't get a lot of days to sleep in and wasn't willing to give up her extra sleep for my imagination. She wasn't interested in hearing about it, so I caught a few hours of sleep in her bed with her at that point. For years, I'd tell all of my friends about the night that I saw a ghost, but as I got older, I realized that it was probably just my older brother playing a trick on me. Now, my brother is still a bit of a jerk, and that's just his way, I guess. When I reached adulthood, We got closer and formed a much stronger bond. He's certainly got his own way of doing things, but he tried to be a big better brother after I hit my teens than he'd ever did when I was a kid. But he still revels in the various pranks that he pulled on me. He very frequently feels a need to remind me that at one point he held all the cards. If I playfully or sometimes resentfully bring up some of the terrible things that he did, he'll gloat about it with a big grin, as if remembering better days. So, one holiday when I'd hit my 30s, I stayed late after the family dinner, and it was just the two of us drinking coffee and talking. He, as always, brought up something that he did to me when I was young, tricking me into eating dog food when I was 3, I think, making me lick a 9-volt battery, tricking me into thinking on accident meant intentionally, so it was harder to snitch on him. Take your pick. It's a bit of a long list, but I realized that we'd never talked about what happened that night, so I threw out dressing up as a ghost to scare me that night. And he countered with, "What?" I figured that this had to be the biggest jewel in his prankster crown after all. Without a doubt it was the most elaborate and time-intensive trick that he'd ever pulled off on me, and I figured that he'd laugh heartily and brag about how scared he got me. You know, and gave him details to jog his memory. But he then said, "I never did that." Now, considering he remembers every terrible thing that he had done to me, and when he was like 8, 10, or 12 years old, I could not imagine something this big just slipping his mind like that. Like I said too, it just never seemed like it was his style or anything as well. He wasn't big on subtlety, I guess, but way more of the quick scare type, make you cry and laugh in your face type sort of thing, usually very low effort for a quick payout. I don't think he forgot at all. I have no reason to believe that he's lying. I'm not admitting that it's not his style at all, but I really don't think it was him in the end. Which begs the question, if it wasn't him, then what on earth happened that night? This past year, I hiked the Pacific Crest Trail. There was about 600 miles of trail that I hiked or camped alone. One of these sections I was alone was in Northern California, slightly north of Shasta. I got to a beautiful spot and knew that it was the best spot to set up camp. It was gorgeous too, 360 views of woods in the valley below and mountains everywhere. I could see it raining on Mount Shasta at that point, probably my favorite campsite in North Cal. I still remember the exact mile and have some footage of the site during the daylight too. But I set up my camp, and after admiring the sunset, I went to bed. I could see the outside below the vestibule when I was laying down in the tent, and as I was trying to go to sleep, I saw a white light in the valley, maybe about a quarter to half a mile away, I guess. Not right near my tent or anything. I wasn't close to any towns. In the Sierra Mountains, south of the area, I would see an occasional remote cabin in the woods, so I figured that it must have just been that. But there were no access points or dirt roads up there. No forest clearings, just thick woods surrounded by mountains. I looked at the light for a bit and tried to think about what it could have been, but this was pretty remote, so I just couldn't come up with an explanation. I was tired from hiking all day though, so I didn't think too much more of it. A little later I looked out again and noticed another light though. It was an orange light slowly circling the white light. It was also slowly morphing into a shape as it circled. I watched it for a long time, trying to understand what the heck I was looking at. It had a very calm sort of motion, and it was almost mesmerizing. It wasn't like a lot of other people's orb or UFO experiences where it sort of darts around and then just vanishes. I watched it for a little while, and eventually I fell asleep. It started raining around midnight, and I looked out of my tent and still saw both lights, one white stationary light and one orange morphing light. I woke up again at around 4 AM to go and pee, and walked outside of my tent, and it was still there, same motion. I tried to get a video, but due to the distance and the darkness, it looked like another terrible video that didn't show anything, so I forgot about it. In the end, I woke up at around sunrise and looked for it, but at that point, both lights were gone. I didn't see these lights around sunset or sunrise, only ever in the darkness, and I know that these would have been visible during the sunrise and sunset too. They were pretty bright. I'm sure that there's an explanation that I can come up with eventually, but I genuinely have no clue what I was looking at, and I was still trying to figure it out. Now, unrelated a bit, I guess, but near the area that I was walking and to the right of the trail was some thick brush at some point. Maybe 5 to 6 feet tall, I would guess. This was near the Shasti Trinity Forest area, maybe 1 or 2 days after the lights of the woods. I was hiking alone, like I said, and I noticed about 100 feet away from the brush was being sort of flattened by something, and whatever it was moving very quickly. It was approaching the trail and was going to end up right next to me if I had continued my pace. I couldn't see what was flattening this brush, but whatever it was, it had to be very strong. It reminded me of something that you'd see in Jurassic Park almost. I instantly assumed that it was a bear. I still kind of think it was, but I didn't want to surprise the bear and have a close encounter or anything. So I yelled, "Stop!" And it stopped completely. I remained still and waited to see what was going on, but it was completely still. And it was also really eerily quiet everywhere. Like total silence in the woods, which I'm not really used to. I got pretty unsettled by that, and I started talking to whatever it was while I walked by. I just kept saying things like, "Hey, I'm gonna walk by and be on my way, friend. I hope you're having a good day." I kept walking and kept looking back, but nothing moved from that point onward. Like I said, probably a bear, right? Black bears are generally like big raccoons, and they don't want to interact with humans by any means. But I've encountered a few bears before, and they always run away when I told them to get lost. Like they get spooked and they leg it. Whatever this was, if it was a bear, it didn't move an inch. In fact, it just sat there and seemed to watch me. Anyway, after speaking with some other hikers that I'd met, a few people said how North Cal was a little bit unsettling. The SoCal desert is very windy, and the Sierra Mountains have tons of flowing streams. NorCal doesn't have as many streams or as much wind, so there is just a sort of silence that pervades it, which can feel ominous, especially in the dark. And really, that's my best explanation for the feeling, at least. But after going through the SoCal desert, Sierra Mountains, NorCal, Oregon, and Washington, NorCal was the only section that was definitely a little bit unnerving to me. And I did portions of each of these sections alone too. Anyway, I still have no idea what those lights were. I don't know if they're related to the sound or the thing that was in the brush that day, but part of me thinks that somehow it's all connected. Back when I was a sophomore in high school, I used to be very close friends with this girl called Kay. Kay and I met in middle school, and we instantly clicked. We would hang out after school pretty frequently too. Kay had a very turbulent childhood, I guess you could say. Deceased father, foster care, substance abuse mum, and Kay's family would house hop a lot too. Our sophomore year, Kay's family was staying with their step-aunt's ex-husband. My parents never really stressed about me hanging out with Kay because she was such a kind soul and a great influence on me. The man Kay was staying with, I'll call him R, was interesting to say the least. I remember the first incident that made me scratch my head. was when we all went out to dinner with Kay and her family, and R tagged along. Kay and I were sat at the table with him, and he was venting to us, me 15 and Kay 16, about his dating life and showing us pictures of his Tinder bio and all the women he was chatting to. We both kind of laughed it off and engaged with him, not thinking much of it. Sometimes when Kay and I hung out though, I would have us come to the basement, and he had this room with a drum kit, and he'd play them for us with the lights off and all that. But anyways, the strangest encounter I personally had with him was when I went to Kay's house to hang out for the day, and she went to take a shower. While she was in the shower, I was sitting in her room, and I just so happened to wander in and told me that he wanted to show me something cool in his room. Kay's room was on the first floor, and R's room was the only room on the second floor. Being the naive girl I was, I agreed and followed him up the stairs. When he got to his room, he realized it was locked and seemed pretty annoyed and jittery because his key was apparently downstairs. Now, instead of going downstairs, R takes a credit card out of his wallet and tries to unlock the door that way. Thankfully, it didn't work, and I think at that point something clicked in my brain, and I decided to go back downstairs and sit in the bathroom with Kay until she was done with her shower. I'm now 23, and looking back on it, I don't honestly think there was anything cool to show me in that room, and I thank the moon and the stars that he never actually got that door unlocked. I never told Kay, but as we got older, I casually asked her if she had any weird encounters with him, and she said no. I'm not really sure how to end this, but I'm thankful that I never got to see what was beyond that door, because something tells me that if I had gone in that room that day, I would have come out a very different person. When I was 11, we first moved to California near the Yosemite area. Lots of forest and small lakes near where I lived. I moved right around when summer was ending and school was starting, so I took a bit to get settled and used to everything. Summer rolled around the next year. My family is pushing me to get out of the house and do something besides staying inside and playing games all day. There was a lake with lots of dirt paths and such that was easy to explore. So I'd go around there a bit and just walk around, especially this one spot that had a cool little waterfall into a smaller lake from the bigger lake of that area. Well, one of those days I'm walking to the lake and I spot someone by the waterfall. She's a girl around maybe my age, orange hair, freckles, and an accent that I wasn't able to understand at the time, which I think was a Tennessee accent. I've always been horrible with names, but I remember her name being a very common one, something like Alice or Cassie or something like that. As a young kid, I never really had crushes on girls. Most of the time, if I was friends with someone, them being a guy or a girl, it didn't really change much in how I interacted with them. And she was definitely the same way because we immediately got along. I remember us going to the lake and just walking around a lot. I talked a lot about living in Washington, what school was like, and video games, something that I could tell went right over her head. She said that she was visiting her grandma over the summer at a house down the road from mine. I remember I had her number saved, so I'd text her whenever I was planning to go on a walk, and she'd meet me at the end of the driveway of the house that she was at. I remember her saying her grandma didn't want her going to my place, which was understandable. I mean, I'm a stranger to this woman, and so would my family be. But Alice didn't want me to come visit the grandma either, which I remember finding a bit weird. I remember my friend Eric, who lived near the lake, would always come by, and wanted to come with me to walk around, and Alice told me that she'd rather it just be the two of us. Maybe it was because she didn't know him, but she would only come with me on those walks alone. I remember one time we walked out a bit further than usual on one of those dirt paths. This one was a bit awkward because of a hidden incline on this hill, and she'd have to pull me up for us to walk around and jump down when we walked back. Anyway, cut to near the end of summer, and she's still hanging out with me, even meeting me at the end of my driveway. I remember one time I was having trouble finding my jeans, so I didn't get cut by the bushes that we walked past all the time, and told my mum before she went to work to tell Alice that I was going to be a little bit late. I'll explain in a bit why this is important as well, but on our last day walking around, we went to the rock that kind of overlooked the lake, and we just kind of sat there. I remember she was talking about her family and how much she preferred being there in California than where she was from. Something I don't remember, though, is if she ever told me specifically or not. And well, I said bye to her and said that I'd try to meet her at her house before she took off. I never did. I think I was forced to go school shopping or something that day, so I sent her a text telling her, and she didn't seem upset or anything. I don't know if I just never checked in with her or I had forgotten her, but I never saved her contact. It was on an old flip phone that my parents had given me at the time when I was that young, and they didn't have a good texting or calling plan at the time. Anyway, cut to a good while later, 2021. A lot of drama is happening in my family, which I won't get into, but topics about my childhood and how I was treated are being brought up. I asked my mum about that year being forced to go outside more, and if that was her decision or my father's. Spoilers, it was my father's. I brought up how it wasn't that bad though, and that I had Alice to hang out with. And that sparked a bit of a nostalgic happiness that I hadn't felt in a while, thanks to how bad that and the previous year was for us. Well, my mum then dropped and would tell me something that I continue to think back on over and over again. You mean that imaginary girl you walked around the lake with? I immediately thought that she was just messing with me, but she looked serious, and thought that the time that I asked her to tell Alice that I was going to take a while, that I was talking about an imaginary friend, because she claimed that she never saw anyone when she went down the driveway, apparently. But I know that I had interacted with this girl. I know that I had gone with her to this lake many times, but I never thought about how I was the only person who ever saw her. Never my friend Eric or his brother who sometimes went to the lake with me, not my family, never even met her grandmother as well. Today, I cannot even confirm if I ever had this girl's number, or if I ever even actually texted her. It threw me off a good bit, but then I remembered one thing that made me know that I was right, and that she was real. You see, one time in July when I was walking with Alice to the lake, my grandma had stopped by to give me a soda while she was heading to my house to give my dad something. Well, when I had next talked to my grandma, I brought it up, and she didn't really know what I was talking about at first. Not until I brought up Alice. Oh yes, I remember your dad always brought up how you and some girl would walk around the lake, and I thought it was cute. Weird that he thought it was a real girl and not one of your imaginary friends. This absolutely rocked me to the core. I mean, there's just no way that I imagined all of this, and I still have no idea what she could mean by one of my imaginary friends. If I ever find that old phone, if I even still have it in a box somewhere, I'm getting to the bottom of this because I am certain that she was real. Otherwise, who the heck have I been imagining this whole time? Out back of my neck of the woods is an old dirt road. It's hard to access unless you know how to take a turn down another old road that runs around the back of the coal mine that I work at. If you follow that old road, you get to a T-intersection that you can either turn right, out to Hale Creek, or left, which will take you out to Mount Coulon. Now, Mount Coulon isn't much of a town anymore. It's an outback pub, and that's pretty much it. There used to once be a town there, but everyone up and left once the railway line got moved to the coast. That was the only reason the town existed for so long, in fact. Or for as long as it did anyway. It wasn't the start of the town though, you see. Way back in the early 1900s, gold was found in them by a prospector named Thomas Coulon. He staked his claim and settled there with his family. Some local aboriginals found him and his family living on their land, and weren't too happy about it. So they attacked his home, throwing rocks through the windows and generally antagonizing him. Well, Thomas went out and shot the lot of them, all dead, then in a fit of grief over what he had done, sat down on his porch and, well, deleted himself all over the wall behind him. Fast forward to the year 2021, I was working out at Hale Creek Mine at the time on the maintenance crew. I had a big 7 nights of 12-hour shifts and had very little sleep. I had left my mining camp the following afternoon, still not feeling the best, but set out for a long drive back home to Moranbah. Dusk came along, then nightfall. I was driving for what seemed like forever, trying to make my way back home. I was constantly looking out for the turnoff on the old back road that ran up behind Gunyella mine, but it never came. I kept on driving and driving. Hours went by. I was on very unfamiliar road at this point. It started to bend and twist and turn all over, and narrow to the point that my little Kia Rio could barely get by without scratching the sides on branches of old looming trees hanging over the road. I was definitely lost. So I pulled over to check my Google Maps. No signal. Of course. I was really confused though. I mean, did I miss the turn? I thought maybe it's a little further up, so I pressed on and kept driving. Then, out of nowhere, I see an old and worn sign off to the left of me on the side of the old dirt road. Mount Coulon, 15 kilometers. I thought, okay, yep, I've gone way too far out in the sticks here. I better turn around. Before I could, though, I saw off to my right the entrance to what looked like a cemetery with an old and rusty archway, and above on the archway it was, in this rusty rough iron lettering, Betsy's Rest. Oh, my curiosity got the better of me, so I veered in there to have myself a quick squiz. And, sure as heck, there was a road that went into a giant U-shape around an old cemetery full of tombstones. Generations of cattle farmers and jackaroos who all must have worked on the various stations in the area, and it gave me the spooks pretty bad. So I got out of there quickly and made my way back onto the old back road. I kept heading back from whence I came, hoping and praying that I'll find this T-intersection eventually. Over an hour passed, and then my worst fear happened. The fuel light flickered on my dashboard. I'm driving on this road in absolutely the middle of nowhere. It's now midnight. No one will probably find me for days if I ran out of fuel. I was absolutely beside myself. I mean, this is the outback of Australia. You run out of fuel, water, food in the outback, you may have just signed your own death certificate. Pretty much done and dusted, in fact. All I had was a couple of sandwiches that I took from the camp mess hall and a bottle of water. Better than nothing, I suppose, but not enough to last a couple of days stranded on the side of an old back road with no phone signal. So I keep cruising along, being extremely careful not to go too quickly, or over-accelerate around all the twists and the turns. As I'm driving along this lonely road, I then see a shadow out of the corner of my eye. I don't think too much of it, staying focused on the road ahead, looking for this turnoff. But then, that's when I hear it. Swooping and sort of whooshing noises above my car. And I mean, what the heck, right? I then look up and see what I can only describe as a giant bat creature with red eyes flying directly above my car. It obviously startles me and makes me accelerate at a rapid rate. Yet, it's flying overhead, gliding effortlessly and keeping in pace with me. I'm watching my speedometer, reaching neck-breaking speeds, and I'm bouncing all over the old and bumpy road while this creature glides down to my driver's side window, looks inside at me, and then just grimaces. Then, just as it does, it flies up and just disappears into the night air as quickly as it had appeared. I floored that old clunker of a car of mine, until my heart leapt with joy at the sign of life in that desolate hellscape. I saw the Gunyella Mine CHPP's light cut through the vast and empty void of darkness. I knew then and there that I was within 10 to 15 kilometers of the intersection and the turnoff back home. And, thankfully, I found it. I eventually managed to get all the way back home, and I was very grateful that my clunker ran on an oily rag, and the vapors in my tank pretty much kept me alive. I told my partner at the time all about the nightmare that I had been through, as she had been expecting me home the evening prior, and it was now 6 in the morning. My phone was full of missed calls from her, for which I apologized.
הלאה, כיוון, אני פותח את השער, אני פותח, חפו. יש לי פה שוטרת, יש לי שוטרת הרוגה פה. שום סימן חיים.
Profusely. I hadn't even thought to check my phone, as I had no signal for the better part of the entire journey anyway. And while this was a pretty scary experience, the experience that I had with my partner when I convinced ourselves to drive all the way out there one night was perhaps even worse. It was just to see the actual town, but months had passed and I kept having recurring nightmares about that vile winged creature. It seemed to have entered my dreams at this point. I awoke one night sweating in bed. My heart rate was racing. My partner asked, "What's wrong?" Again? I had been waking her up late at night when I would have this horrible nightmare. The whole situation had really impacted me. The desolate hellscape would re-emerge in the dark nights, plagued by the old outback road menacing my demise, with the off chance that I would make one wrong move and come undone escaping that creature. Something had to be done, and I knew what I needed to do. You see, I'm a man that will openly admit that I cannot overcome anything in life unless I face it head on. That's really the only way that I know. No use sticking your head in the sand. Says my dad was working out a deal for a new job. Just moved from... When I was around 11 years old, my family and I had just moved from Tennessee to Texas, as my dad was working out a deal for a new job. My brother and I, we were homeschooled at this time, which meant that we could move in with my aunt and uncle with no problems, relating to finding a house in a good school district. My family was pretty close back then too, and all of the cousins got along just fine. But we loved to do everything together, especially me and my female cousin Peyton. My immediate family, meaning me, my mum, my dad, brother and sister, had spent the past 7 years without a jack-in-the-box. It was terrible too. We were all born in Texas, so we loved it, but living in Tennessee, we had to go without it. Now, a particular night, however, all of our parents had gone out to dinner and told us very specifically to not leave the house. Well, we were to lock the doors after they left and play games or something. You might be thinking that this is now becoming about an intruder, but I promise that this is 10 times more bizarre and I still have no idea what happened. So after the parents left, all of the cousins got together and we decided that we wanted ice cream and candy. Not that this is that important, but I remember Ben and Jerry's being the main target. So we devised a foolproof plan to sneak out and acquire the goods. Well, we thought it was foolproof. My older sister, the driver, my cousin Peyton and I, we all loaded into my dad's car that was left at the house and off we were to get some food. We shouldn't have even left, to be honest, but kids do stupid things, right? So on our way to the store, we get the snacks. We decided that Jack in the Box sounded much better than some sugar, so off we went. And as we pulled up to the drive-thru, we decided that it was about 3 cars too long, and that we should just go inside and order instead. And that was a big mistake. When we stepped inside, there was one girl in this restaurant. She was short with a small figure and wearing winter clothes, so she looked completely ready for an outing. The girl asked the cashier for a water cup and proceeded to fill it with either Sprite or some other soda. I remember the guy at the register sort of looking at her, extremely confused, but it was a late night and he couldn't care less, I'm sure. When she finished filling up her cup, she drank it extremely quickly and started to turn around to throw the cup out and leave. Now, I have an awful memory, but I will never forget her eyes being wide open as if she had seen something scary. At this point, we had been standing at the entrance doors for the entire interaction, just sort of watching, for whatever reason. We were just nosy kids, I suppose, but as she was walking out, I looked down and noticed that she was gripping a large butcher's knife. And you guys, this thing was huge. Immediately my heart dropped and I heard my cousin begin to freak out. So this knife-wielding girl leaves the restaurant and we go on to order our food, talking about it to the guy at the register and kind of laughing it off, but also still very curious, confused, and a little bit scared, I admit. As we leave with our food, we see the girl crossing the street to the CVS. Now, it was kind of late, but there was still a good number of cars driving on this road at the time. She didn't look either way, just crossed with ease as if invincible. But we brushed it off and assumed that she was just doing her own thing. After a while of eating some tacos and talking about how fun it was to be out without permission, we saw maybe a dozen police lights start to enter the CVS parking lot. Like I said before, we were pretty nosy kids, so we decided to do what any nosy person would do and investigate. We drove over to the CVS and we were stopped in the parking lot by an officer to be asked a couple of questions. My memory gets a bit hazy here, but I do remember that it was a problem because my cousin and I were both minors at the time technically, or something about being minors, and involving ourselves with the police was actually a problem. So they asked us a couple of questions, and I just remember my sister and cousin explaining that we had seen a girl wielding a knife in the Jack in the Box across the street. But with that, they eventually let us go, and we hurried back home. A little bit later that night, when everyone, parents included, were winding down for bed, our mothers called the 3 of us into one of the rooms in the house to talk about something. I don't think any of us really realized that they knew about what we did. They sat us down and calmly asked us what we did tonight, and I think we lied, but I don't quite remember. Either way, it was useless because somehow they knew everything, and even what we didn't know. You see, our mums told us that someone on Facebook had posted about 3 heroic girls that knew information about the girl in the situation that I'm about to explain to you. Heroic? Hardly. All we did was answer a few questions. A nosy? That's probably more like it. But they told us that this girl had entered the CVS and grabbed a woman by the hair and proceeded to hold the knife to her throat for like several minutes before the police could show up. Apparently, people had tried to get her off, but it was useless. After all, she did have that weapon. The girl was apparently screaming and just being very aggressive, but as that was many years ago, I don't really remember too many details. All I do remember is that it was a really scary situation for a lot of people. And to this day, I often think about how easily that could have been one of us with a knife to the throat in Fort Worth Jack-in-the-Box, or how easily someone could have been hurt, or maybe even worse. Anyway, I'm just glad that everyone got out of that situation unscathed, and I'm really glad that nothing happened to us that night. So I used to order pizza a lot. I mean, I love pizza. Who doesn't, right? Well, my local pizza place, it got a new driver who just way overstepped the boundaries of what's acceptable. I mean, he tried to force his way into my home at one point to share dinner with me, and just really general creepy behavior. So I stopped ordering pizza altogether. Well, really, I personally never noticed anything. I have a security system, so I figured all was well, and I never check it really. But about 2 months after the pizza incident, I hear scratching at the side of my home. I figured that it must be an animal. I do live outside the city, so there are animals here looking for a place to nest. There was also a big fresh coating of snow, and it was cold, so I can only imagine that something is looking for a way in to be warm. So I do what I usually do. I let my dog out. He's huge, like 120 pounds, King Shepherd and Marima, and he just bolts out the door. Again, not totally unlike him when there's an animal outside. But about 15 to 20 seconds later, I hear screaming and swearing, then screaming in pain and terror. I scream for my dog to come back, and he does. He's a good boy, and I call the police. Well, they do a search of the outside of the house, and what they find is blood, like lots of blood, and pry marks at the side of my house. We go through the footage of my security system, and sure enough, there's a person who's trying to force the window open. My dog charges him and tears at his butt and gets his leg pretty bad too, until I call him back and he gets up and limps off of my property. Well, at the front of my property, the entrance to my drive, I also have a camera. It's pretty well hidden. And I get the guy going to his car and also his plates, and the cops take it and they go to the hospital. Apparently, there was a lot of blood, and whoever this person was, they were definitely going to need medical attention. Well, the police eventually find this guy, and apparently he says to them, "Oh, I was just trying to surprise my girlfriend and I fell." But I'm a widow, and honestly, I never plan on dating again for the rest of my life. But they came back to my house, tell me this, and show me a picture, and sure enough, it was the pizza guy. The most disturbing thing is that they eventually searched his car, and they found rope, duct tape, a camera, and a knife in his car. I hear a lot of stories on here about stalkers and whatnot, and a lot of people blow it off as not a big deal, but really, you should take it seriously because you never know who might be watching. So a few years ago, I, a female and 17 at the time, would attend community college at the outskirts of my hometown. I would take an hour-and-a-half long bus drive because my parents worked, and my other siblings were too young to drive me, so it's what I had to do. The outskirts of my town, despite being the literal outskirts, are more populated than you'd expect, with strip malls and apartment buildings. Pretty much everything you need is there. The bus would drop me off about maybe 4 blocks from my university, which isn't too far, and I always enjoyed those few minutes. It gave me time to sort of disassociate. Anyway, this one time I left my phone at the library, like a true idiot. Using my brother's phone, I called a friend who worked at the school library during the late evening shift, 7 to 9, and he said that he'd bring my phone to me, but he lived closer to the college than I did, so I told him that I would just meet him at his shift and I would pick it up myself. He said okay to this, and I boarded the bus at around 6. Now, I get off the bus at my usual spot, and the place looked, well, deserted. I'd never been there that late at night before, and maybe it was because it was a weekday that people were home, or I don't know, but I had my brother's phone in my pocket, and I just clutched it tighter and tighter, picked up my speed until I was practically jogging. I'm nearing to a corner when a flash of light goes off to my right. There in the shadows is a really slimy, grimy-looking man. He's balding, with a tourist shirt unbuttoned halfway, showing off his chest hair. And he was wearing sunglasses at night, was wearing some sort of gold jewelry, and was probably borderline morbidly obese. Just picture the word sleazy as a person, and you probably have it. Most importantly, he had just taken a picture of me. In the instant that I saw the flash go off, I knew it was coming from his phone too. Now, I think it's important to understand our positioning for this. So, he was pressed against a building to my right at the corner I had to turn. I was about 10 feet away from him, and to my left, on the same side of the street, was a car with blacked out windows, no license plates, directly across the sidewalk from this man. The car was parked with the driver's seat facing me, so that meant that it was on the wrong side of the road, because Americans drive on the right side, as opposed to the left. Now, I had slowed down at that point as I began to debate my next move. Cross the street and continue walking, make a break for the school, turn 180 and leave my phone at the library, or approach the potentially dangerous man. In the end, I probably did the stupidest thing possible and approached the man. I'm not going to sit here and give you street advice or anything, but maybe just don't do what I did. I'm alive, but I was definitely lucky. Anyway, I demanded to know what he was doing, and he looked sort of taken aback by that question. I could see his brain sort of short-circuiting because this tiny young girl was red in the face, demanding to know what he was doing. He eventually sputtered out about how he was just standing here. I said, "No, I saw you take that picture of me, man." And his face immediately fell. He started saying, no he didn't, he hadn't done that. Why would he want a picture of me? I had imagined it. At this, I asked to see his gallery, which, I know, is extremely risky, because who knows what I would have seen, and getting close to the guy like that was crazy, but it's what I did. He slowly pulls up his gallery, and as it's opening, I see a blurry picture of me in the distance. To be honest, I didn't think that I would get that far. Granted, I had been running on adrenaline during our whole interaction, but this really made me pause. I told him to instantly delete it, but then a door slammed shut, and I just knew that it was that parked car across the road. My brain cleared up very quickly, and I hightailed it quickly to the school. But as I was running, I could hear a single pair of footsteps behind me. I sure as heck wasn't about to turn around, though, and check out who it was. But the car started at some point. They would have had to have done a U-turn on a relatively narrow street just to be able to follow me. And, to be honest, I think that's what saved my life that night. The fact that the car was parked facing the wrong direction. Eventually I reached the school out of breath and in tears. My friend opened the building for me, and I was crying, explaining what happened. He locked us in while we waited for the police, but unfortunately, the sleazy guy and his buddy, they were never found. Anyway, my mum had gotten out of work by that point, and I called her to ask to pick me up. We waited with my friend until the end of his shift and drove him home too. Needless to say, these days I carry mace with me everywhere I go now, and am yet to find a police report stating a guy matching his description had been arrested. To be honest, I don't think the police actually believed me fully, but who knows. Oh, and to this day too, I wonder, what would have happened if I hadn't have confronted him? Would I be here to write this story out? Or did I put myself in unnecessary danger by doing that? I don't know. All I can say is that I'm thankful that I'm here. So about 2 years ago, my little cousin Jaden was 4 years old, and her family moved into a new house and started renovating it. Everything was fine too for a while until one day Jaden, out of pretty much nowhere, just started telling her mum how she could see 2 kids in a room. And if that wasn't creepy enough, the kids had no face. I guess it either looked smeared or just blank or something, and they also had no arms apparently. My aunt was creeped out, obviously, but she kind of brushed it off and thought that maybe it was just imagination. My cousin started bringing them up more and more, though, telling more and more details about them. One was a boy and the other is a girl. They told her that they wanted her to play with them. Jaden said that they were nice to her, but then they started to scare her. I would have been scared from the beginning, but whatever. But she would wake up in the middle of the night screaming because she was so frightened by them. My aunt didn't know what to do. My cousin would be playing, and when my aunt asks what she's doing, she would just say playing with the kids. I guess that they were only mean sometimes. And it still gets a little more creepy. So besides there being 2 faceless and armless kids in her room, there was also an old man with a cowboy hat and cowboy boots, as she explained him. And this man was a mean man, and Jaden was very scared of him. She said that the 2 little kids were also scared of him, but the thing is that the man was only allowed on the porch. He wasn't allowed to come inside since he was so mean, so as long as my cousin was inside, she felt okay. And one night, the family was eating dinner, and they started to hear footsteps outside on the porch. The door is right beside the table, and my uncle went to see if somebody was out there. He came back and said that he didn't see anything, but Jaden, with a very straight face, was just like, "It's the mean man. He's standing at the door watching us, Dad." Of course, my aunt and uncle were freaked out, like, what the heck just happened? But then she said, "It's okay, he can't come inside." That was a span of about 6 months, and a few months later they moved, and Jaden never talked about the kids or the old man ever again. Quite honestly, too, I'm not even sure if she remembers it, but I don't want to ask. I'm pretty sure that it was very scary for her at such a young age. And my aunt did some research about the house and saw an old man who wore cowboy boots and a cowboy hat, used to live there, and actually died on the property. She could never find out about the kids, though, which was really strange. My cousin has a few more creepy experiences too, so if you like this story, then be sure to leave a comment in the comment section below, and I'll see if I can get them for you. But for now, I hope you enjoyed. My grandma's house is really old. It was built in 1880, and my grandma grew up in this house, and she raised my dad there as well. My grandma and I were very close. She was a movie buff and passed that interest along to me. My sister was always more fond of my mum's parents, but they died when I was like 10, and they had been fighting cancer for like 4 years. So I didn't have many good experiences with them, which was kind of sad. But anyways, fast forward to 2007, I'm 17, and now my grandma is dying. Crohn's disease and leukemia have really taken their toll on her. My grandma passes away at home, peacefully, thankfully, and my dad inherits this house and its payments. But unwilling to just give it back to the bank, my sister and her new husband decide to move in and make the payments so that my dad didn't have to. We all helped clean out all of Grandma's old stuff, except the basement. All that was really left down there, though, was some old canning and jarring stuff. My grandma liked to make her own jams and jellies. But eager to get out on my own, I moved out of my parents' house and here with my sister and brother-in-law. A couple of years go by, and my sister says that she sees some stuff and hears things at times. Neither me or my brother-in-law ever did. Mind you, I'm really not the supernatural, paranormal type sort of person, and generally I'm pretty skeptical. But eventually they get pregnant and decide the house is too old to try and update and baby-proof, so they decide to move out. So now it's just me and the 2 cats. After some time, my girlfriend moves in with me too. She's very superstitious and would often tell me that she hears things like footsteps from upstairs. We stayed in a small bedroom on the main floor because the upstairs of the house had the poorest insulation ever, and if it was cold outside, it was pretty much freezing up there, vice versa in the summer as well. Being the skeptical person that I was, I always had some sort of an explanation for what she heard. Maybe it was Chaz. My sister's cat Chaz was huge. She easily weighed like 25 pounds and had a very heavy step for a cat, and was not graceful at all, and she liked to sort of sneak upstairs. So to me, it just all sort of added up. But one night, while at work, just down the road a few hundred yards, I get a picture from my girlfriend, and super excited that it might be a nude. You can imagine my confusion when it's a picture of the cats, both on the bed with her staring intently at the doorway. The text reads, "Someone's in the basement, come home now." I work so close to home that I couldn't even hit 60 miles per hour before I got to the driveway, but that didn't stop me from trying that night though. The house has 2 doors, the one in the front that we never used and the one in the back that we always used. The one in the back led into the house and into the basement though, so I used the front door and I went into the room, quickly retrieved my .45 from the closet and told her to call the police. It was a short walk from the bedroom to the stairs to the basement, but the combination of fear and adrenaline made it feel like hours to get there. All the while, I could hear this menacing racket downstairs. It sounded like someone was frantically searching for someone, or maybe an animal that got in there somehow and was desperately trying to escape. The commotion was just so intense that I could feel it in the floor, in fact. Whatever was happening down there was super messed up, and I did not want to be dealing with this. But I finally made it to the upper landing, and the lights in the stairs in the basement were already on. So instantly, the animal theory was dismissed for something much worse. I thought to myself that if there's a guy down there, then I'm going to have to kill him. And this was definitely the worst nightmare scenario territory that I've ever been in. Suddenly, though, the sound of a big shelf crashing to the ground breaks my concentration, and without even thinking, I level my pistol down the hallway. I shouted, "Come out slowly with your hands up, or I'm going to have to kill you." But my command was met with silence. Nothing. No sound. Maybe there was some sort of ambient noise, but my heart was beating so hard and fast that I couldn't hear anything else. A moment passes, and there's literally no other exit but the stairs, so I decide that aggression is my only option. So I hurry down the stairs and begin clearing the basement, ready to pull slugs into anyone that I might find. But when I do, there's just no one. It's not a big basement too, and there's really nowhere to hide. After a thorough sweep as well, I start noticing things, weird things, like, where's the mess? All that noise, but nothing's out of place? What about the shelf that I just heard crash to the floor? Still up against the wall where it belonged. And when I say nothing, I mean absolutely nothing had been disturbed. I've never felt so confused in my entire life. There's just no way with what I just heard that anything could have been intact down there, but here I was, and nothing. The adrenaline sapped from my body and turned my legs to absolute jello, and I just sort of slumped against the wall, bewildered at the sight of the basement untouched. A couple of moments later, and the police arrived. We all looked around in the basement and outside, but we couldn't find any sign of an intruder or an escape or anything. In the end, they tell us to call again if anything else happened, but it never did. As a matter of fact, I never experienced anything else ever again in that house. But I did move out about a year later, in 2010. So, to this day, I still have no explanation for what happened that night. I don't necessarily think that it was a ghost or anything. I mean, like I said, I literally saw nothing. No voices, cold spots, no apparitions, nothing. But I definitely heard something impossible. So my friend Marissa and I hang out every now and then, and a couple of months ago, I went to see the newest Star Wars movie with her and her new boyfriend, John. Marissa's a nice girl, and John was a pretty dorky but nice guy. But we talked about the movie after we saw it, and he got really into discussing it. Honestly, I didn't even get any bad vibes off of him for that short of time that we met. But a few months later, I met up with Marissa, and I ask if she's still dating John. She says no, and then tells me why. And this is what she said, almost verbatim. Yeah, so me and John were just hanging out in my room one night, just watching a movie or whatever. I was looking at my phone, and out of the corner of my eye, I see him fidgeting a lot, like really restless. He keeps shifting around and looking at me, so I ask him what's wrong. He doesn't want to tell me. He's like, nothing, but doesn't stop acting weird. So I call him out on it and ask him what's going on. And then he says to me, "Listen, I have this fantasy about you." We'd had sex before, so I didn't think it was that weird, but then he said, "I want to drag you out into the woods and tie you to a tree. Then I want to rape you and cut off pieces of your flesh." He started breathing heavy when he said this, like just talking about it was turning him on or something. And this was literally days before we were supposed to go camping with my family. But I kicked him out right there and then, and I told him to never talk to me again. But for weeks after that, I could see him driving past my house sometimes, and I was so scared that he was going to try and get me somehow. I know that people have strange fetishes sometimes, but this wasn't something that he wanted to do with her. This was something that he wanted to do to her. Anyone who's seen any true crime media knows a good warning sign when they see one. And I'm afraid that the next time that I see him, it might just be on the news. This happened around 10 years ago in the south of the UK. For reference, I'm a 28-year-old male, and at the time I was working part-time at a fuel station on an A road which linked a small village to a ring road into the nearby city. The village itself was quiet, high-end, and extremely expensive to live in. It was the sort of place that only had one chain store, and it was a Waitrose. Everything else was either boutiques or privately owned gourmet grocers. So, as someone who has always enjoyed cars, it was always fun to see what kind of high-end luxury sports cars would adorn the forecourt on any given day. And this is where I met Michael. Michael was in his late 40s, dark hair, well-dressed, always wore Gant or Ralph Lauren, or on his workdays, tailored suits, etc. He was an all-round nice guy, exceptionally polite, which was actually a rarity, as most of the residents of the surrounding area seemed to despise anyone who didn't qualify for the additional tax brackets. But we got chatting about his collection of vehicles, or the watches that he wore one day. He'd always show up wearing some kind of Rolex and driving his Aston Martin, Range Rover or Porsche, so there was always a lot to talk about. I got to know that he worked in finance, and the conversation got onto what I was planning to do with my life. I also wanted to work in finance, and we'd always have these pleasant conversations until I left that part-time job in favour for taking up an apprenticeship role at my uncle's brokerage. But Michael is important to this story, and we'll get to why shortly. So something to be known about my uncle is that he's a man with a lot of fingers and a lot of pies, almost literally. And what I mean by this is that, as well as his brokerage and property portfolio, he also owned a few takeaways for cash flow purposes. I think we all know what that means, though. And as such, I would occasionally step in as a delivery driver when a driver would let him down. Luckily, my uncle also lived in the previously mentioned village, and the main pizza place he owned catered to the residents of said village, so tips were usually quite decent, and my uncle would usually throw me a few quid for helping out. Fast forward to summer of 2008 though, and I've been roped into dropping off a few pies at a property on an extremely prestigious road. The average house price here is well above 1.4 million, and I'm intrigued to actually get close enough to see what these houses actually look like, as they're all gated and set far back from the road behind a shroud of trees and shrubs. So I find the place and buzz the intercom, when a voice comes back, sort of muffled, just saying, "Yes?" So I answered with the name of the takeaway, and the gates slowly open, and I make my way up the driveway to a very large mock Georgian home, complete with detached 4-car garage, and that's when I see Michael's number plates. He had initials for his cars with the numbers 1, 2, and 3, and it was the same for his wife as well. I must admit, I was interested to see up close the sort of life this guy had, if I'm completely honest, especially as a young aspiring financer. So I exited my car, brought out the pizzas, and the double doors opened, and that's when I saw a very unfamiliar face looking back at me. It was a man, early 20s maybe, thin and shaved head. I can remember that he was wearing no shirt and some scruffy jeans and trainers. He was also holding something behind his back. "Hey, bring the pizzas through to the kitchen." I can remember his voice being hoarse and barely audible, and with an accent that I'd never heard before. Nervously, I said nothing, and I just looked at him, which made him sort of visibly angry. "Bring the pizzas through," he repeated, more aggressive this time, and I finally responded. "Where's Michael? This is Michael's place, right?" It was completely true that in situations like this, your mouth goes completely dry, and to always follow your gut. This guy was setting off alarm bells and telling every fiber of my being to just get off this property. Unfortunately, this is when it dawned upon me that it's a gated property and I was actually locked in. And then things went from bad to worse. I distinctly remember the terror swelling up inside of me when he moved his hand in front of him to show me a large kitchen knife and uttered the words, "Run." And at that, I dropped the pizza into the gravel, left my car, and decided that I'd have a better chance of survival by running down the driveway and lifting myself over the gates. They were the wooden type that had no decorative spears atop them, luckily, but all the while I could hear his feet crunching onto the gravel behind me. I didn't look back and managed to pull myself up and over the gates and hurling myself onto the pavement beneath me. The adrenaline in my system still had me running for what seemed like hours, but was perhaps only 10 minutes at most until I was a good few streets away, and I decided that it was now time to call the police. The police met me at the park that I was hiding at. One officer stayed with me and the other proceeded onto the property along with another patrol car. At first, I got the distinct impression that they didn't actually believe me or thought that I was up to something, but after my uncle arrived to pick me up and vouch for me being sent there to deliver pizza, the PC in question backed down. Upon their arrival at the property, they basically found nothing, just my car with slashed tires and broken windows, alongside of feces being smeared across part of the kitchen. There was food strewn about the place, and also a needle found in one of the bathrooms, but no sign of the man who threatened me. Michael and his family at the time were actually visiting family in Australia, I later found out. I never did go back for another shift at the pizza place after that, too. But after this, I learnt that wealth and apparent financial security is just completely illusory. People are just people, and there are some sick and tormented people out there who will always find a way to carry out their twisted actions. And if anything, I've had more encounters with crazy people since moving away from my council estate roots and into suburbia. As a bit of a warning for you guys, this is going to be a very long one. I'll try to be as concise and organized as possible, but this is my third draft now trying to tell this story as neatly as possible. There has been so many different events and there's lots of details to comb through. But the reason that I'm sharing this is to, well, share my experience. But I guess also to possibly seek advice. This has reached a bit of a breaking point that has left me scared and ready to possibly seek help. Be it a spiritual medium, an exorcist, or maybe even a psychologist. Whatever the case, I believe that something is harassing myself, my girlfriend, my house, my family, and very importantly, my children. I don't think that this is a passive being, and every time something new happens, I believe more and more that this is possibly dangerous. But before I get ahead of myself, to give some backstory, I'm 26 and my girlfriend is 22. Her name is B, and B and I have been friends for many years, but we've only been dating for a little over a year now. I have children from a previously failed marriage. They visit on the weekends. After the divorce, I moved in with my parents to sort of restart and get back on my feet. I no longer live there, obviously, but I found this information relevant as it is where most of the story takes place. I often travel for my job, and this is also relevant, but not until much later in the story. So, to be frank, B, she sees things. She also hears things, and she has described many horrifying visions and sounds, and I knew that she had experienced this. And while I have also had my own experiences, I've never experienced anything like what she describes. I have never judged her for what she describes, and I've always kept an open mind. I do believe in the paranormal, but I also believe in people needing psychiatric help from time to time too. I've always thought that B's experiences are one or the other as well, but as for which one, it's always been pretty irrelevant to me, to be honest. I mean, I'm here for her, and when the time comes that things reach a boiling point, I'm going to continue to be there for her too. It did not take long after we started dating for me to also share some of her experiences. They started off very simple, if that's the right word, and sort of easy to brush off. Not feeling right in certain parts of the house was pretty common. Feeling watched, seeing a shadow in sort of the peripheral of my vision. These are the kinds of things that we naturally write off as tricks of the imagination, just stress or what have you, even though we had both seen it at the same time. She says that the things that she usually sees are not of great detail. If she was to observe them, she would never be able to make out the details, nor make sense of the words that she hears. There's no facial details, clothing, anything of that nature. Now, I don't know if this just means that they're pure black, or if they're more of a blur or something. I'm not too sure, but she says that there are two exceptions, though. Two things that she has seen repeatedly throughout her life, and they are the only two things that she's ever been able to make details out of. She refers to them as the tub man and the nose guy. I believe it's best not to give them names, but this is what she calls them. The tub man she has seen in several houses, her childhood home, a friend's house, and others. She describes him as sort of being skinny and lanky and wearing red shoes. She's never seen his top half too well, or his face, because whenever she sees him, he's already halfway in the tub. That's it. She'll see him crawling from the floor into the tub as if he was a spider or something, and she always catches those red shoes of his too. I want to say that she said that he's in normal clothes, but I can't say that for certain. The shoes, though, are what stand out the most. The nose man, on the other hand, she has only seen in her childhood home, and he's not so much a man as he is just a nose. I know, it sounds silly, like some sort of a Cronenberg monster, a giant fleshy nose man that just looks at her and watches her, if he even has eyes. I'm not sure, but now, I know that this may not seem that relevant, but trust me, I've tried to leave out any details that I find irrelevant. And now, I'm going to delve into our experiences together. So, when you enter my parents' house, there's this living room sort of immediately in front, the kitchen to your left through the passway with the pantry and the garage door, and stairs to your right. So left, kitchen, front, living room, right, stairs. Stairs going up and stairs going down. Upstairs is my sister's room and my parents' room, and downstairs is another sort of small living space, I guess, a bathroom, and also what became mine and B's room. I'm going to mostly skip over all of the smaller experiences of us not feeling right in that smaller living space downstairs. But to be brief, until we had moved in, it had went mostly unused, and shortly after we had moved in, I had realized that I really didn't like one particular corner of this room, and neither did B. But there were a lot of times where we would find the lights on in closets downstairs when nobody was home, or in the middle of the night too. Sometimes when we would pass by to go to the bathroom, we would feel like something was rushing at us. But the first real experience for both of us, that I can remember anyway, that really had us freaked out was while she was using the bathroom. So I was in the bedroom, which is directly next to the bathroom, lying in bed on my phone. It was about midday, I would guess, and she had come back into the bedroom and asked what I wanted. I wasn't sure what she meant by that, and had asked her to explain. And she had said that I was knocking on the bathroom door, and was also asking to come in. She had said that it was locked and that she had asked me to wait. I had assured her that it was definitely not me and that I would have heard someone knocking at the door. She seemed a little bit frazzled by that and had assured me that it was definitely my voice. I jumped to us both showering one day, and we had wrapped up and gotten dressed in the bathroom. She went to leave and said something is holding the door shut. I was obviously in disbelief, so I came over and turned the handle firmly but slowly and opened the door. It barely had cracked open too before, and I swear on my life, the handle very firmly twisted the other way in my hand and then pulled shut. I immediately swung the door open and rushed out of the bathroom to confront whoever this was, but of course, there was nobody there. This is almost a year ago now, but if I'm trying to keep a sort of chronological order, I believe this is what happened next. I was off at work and she was still in bed. She had heard my computer chair creaking multiple times. She felt like somebody was in the room and had pulled the blanket up over her head a bit and taken a peek. And she later described to me that a pale and gaunt woman was sitting in my chair, just smiling and staring at her. I don't remember if she said that there was something unnatural about her smile, but I believe that it seemed like a large smile from memory. But she also had eyes, not blank, not black. I don't recall what color her eyes were, as I'm colorblind and that detail didn't stick out with me, but my ears work and my eyes don't. Regardless though, I don't remember. Though, if I recall correctly, her hair was not black and it was a lighter color such as blonde or soft brown or something. Long and sort of wispy. I wish that I had asked more about this woman, to be honest, such as what was she wearing or any descriptive features. But B, she seemed very stressed out by this particular incident, so I didn't push for any more details. The reason this stressed her out so bad, though, was because she could actually see this woman. It wasn't like the other times. She was